Are we ready? I'll wait for Mr. Anderson to return to his seat after his secretarial duties. All right, I'm really fogging up here. It is 6:01 p.m. and I call to order the August 17th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year and to receive legal advice concerning a pending legal matter in the case of Alvin Berry versus Lexington County School District 1?
Madam Chair, I move that the board enter into executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 academic year and to receive legal advice concerning a pending legal matter in the case of Alvin Berry versus Lexington County School District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter into executive session.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. The start of the 21-22 school year is finally here. That back-to-school excitement is certainly in the air, but I also know many of you are still anxious about what the year holds. We continue to face uncertainty as we navigate this ever-changing pandemic. Please know we stand committed to maximizing strong instruction while keeping our students, our staff, and your families as safe as possible. Many school districts that already returned to school quickly experienced sharp increases in quarantines and positive cases among students and staff, and that will happen here too. Now is the time to prepare for what you will do if your student must quarantine because of a close contact or isolate because of sickness. Get your plan in place. I also want you to know that our district worked hard this summer to improve the level of virtual instruction that we'll deliver to quarantine students. We know students deserve quality education whether they are in the classroom or a virtual environment. As you may remember, our schools used a layered approach to safety last year. We used plexiglass, physical distancing, masking, hand washing, and daily cleansing and more to stop the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. And for the most part, it worked. Our in-school spread remained low throughout most of the year. This year, our most important layer of defense will be you. Here's what you can do to help. Keep your child at home if they're feeling sick. Please do not send your child to school if they are exhibiting symptoms of coronavirus. Though masks are optional in our schools, We strongly encourage you to mask up when our community spread is high, as it is right now in Lexington County. That will help keep the spread of the coronavirus low in schools. I would also encourage you to please speak with your doctor about other strategies for keeping your student and your family healthy. We need everyone in our community to use every means possible to protect yourselves and each other this year. I don't want to sound negative as we are getting ready to start this school year, but we need to be realistic about what we're facing. We live in a community that's proven time and time again that when faced with hardship, we support each other in selfless ways. And I'm confident after watching our students and staff stand stronger together last year that we will move onward as one this school year. As we prepare for our first day of school, I wish you a healthy, fulfilling school year.
I didn't know how critical I was until I got all the medical records and was reading it. When they moved me from the emergency room to the hospital, it says in there, may not live through the night. I ended up having a DVT, which is a deep vein thrombosis, and it threw a clot back threw me into AFib, caused a blood clot to form in my left ventricle, in the lungs, and in the left carotid artery, which led to me going into heart failure and having a stroke. If it was not for the Lexington One Foundation Emergency Fund that allowed me to help pay my medical bills, I'd probably be in bankruptcy or trying to be out of work because I wouldn't be able to work because I would have to find something else to do to be able to make my ends meet. The Lexington One Foundation helped me by paying 1 month's mortgage payment, paying electric bill, water bill, and medicine and for doctor's bills, and gave me 2 gift cards for food. A person like me, when I decided, I said, well, I'm always wanting to help, so I always contribute every year. But now you know somebody who has actually benefited from that program, so this is a reason why you should do it, and it supports your other fellow Lexington One employees and families to make it through hard times.
There's magic whenever a teacher is sitting with a student and trying to get to know that student, who they are, what their interests are, and a teacher is able to say, you know what, I just read a book and it reminds me of you. GMS used the Educational Foundation Bucks for Books grant by filling classroom libraries. With this grant, we were able to purchase around 240 books. So it was definitely like Christmas morning, you know. So for teachers, I think they would spend every last dime if they could out of their own pockets to fill their classroom library with books that will be perfect matches for their students. But we don't have all the money in the world to do that, so this money allows us to do that a little bit better. I think a lot of times whenever we donate money, to be honest, we are not certain, you know, where that money is going, and that makes us a little insecure about doing so. But I think this is one of those, it's a foundation that, again, it's serving our community, you know, our people, and you can go visit every classroom in our district and you're able to see its fruition.
One, two, three, four, five.
For a lot of people, that summertime can just really become a time where nothing's happening, and it's a time of stagnation. So I think that, you know, for football, for band, to get out here and actually be doing stuff really helps build people in general and keeps them up during the summer.
5, 6, 7, 8, push 1.
The first week of school, while everyone else is going over their syllabus and all those things, we've already done that. So we're already right into the school year, getting prepared for the first football games and the first competitions and pit rallies, and it helps us serve the community and the school a lot better.
Haga represents kind of the lighthouse that we can all follow, and he's one of the rocks that the band stands on. He's our foundation,
Competition season is my favorite because it's the performances, and that's when you have the most fun and the experiences and the adrenaline rush before you perform. I haven't found anything like it.
This year will be our culture, rebuilding our culture. I think last year we were able to have music, but we weren't able to have the cultural aspects of the band programs, and so that's what we're focusing on this year. Having a good time and really enjoying what we're doing and just being thankful that we're together.
Getting back on the field and getting back into the music was truly an amazing experience, and it gave me a new appreciation for band. And I think, I speak for everyone saying that coming back after all of this was exhilarating.
G-O, Lex One, let's go. G-O, Lex One, let's go.
This school year has a different kind of buzz to it, a different kind of excitement, one where new beginnings and new possibilities and new opportunities are there for everyone to start again and to start fresh.
Onward as one, what that means to me is that we're still all working together. We're all here for the same purpose, and that's to be here for students and to make sure that they are successful, that they're confident, that they're ready.
I'm looking forward to seeing kids again and working together and just building collaboration in our school and continuing to make it a place where kids belong.
Lexington One nurses wish you a great year.
To me, Onward as one means a refreshed, renewed sense of purpose. Now that we've learned so much coming through last year, I think we all have that vision and that goal to always be better.
I'm looking forward to having all of my students back in the building, to being back with my team and working in service to the Pillion community.
Having the kids back in the cafeteria, that is my goal to have next year. All of them back in here eating, socializing as one, as a family.
Onward as one means we've got an incredible opportunity to carry our students forward to a new destination, a new opportunity. And together, we're going to be able to make decisions that are going to create conditions for students to create beautiful work that will have a contribution to a better world, and that is forward. It's onward, and we're going to do it together.
Onward as one. Good luck, Lexington One.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. The start of the 21-22 school year is finally here. That back-to-school excitement is certainly in the air, but I also know many of you are still anxious about what the year holds. We continue to face uncertainty as we navigate this ever-changing pandemic. Please know we stand committed to maximizing strong instruction while keeping our students, our staff, and your families as safe as possible. Many school districts that already returned to school quickly experienced sharp increases in quarantines and positive cases among students and staff, and that will happen here too. Now is the time to prepare for what you will do if your student must quarantine because of a close contact or isolate because of sickness. Get your plan in place. I also want you to know that our district worked hard this summer to improve the level of virtual instruction that we'll deliver to quarantine students. We know students deserve quality education whether they are in the classroom or a virtual environment. As you may remember, our schools used a layered approach to safety last year. We used plexiglass, physical distancing, masking, hand washing, and daily cleansing, and more to stop the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. And for the most part, it worked. Our in-school spread remained low throughout most of the year. This year, our most important layer of defense will be you. Here's what you can do to help. Keep your child at home if they're feeling sick. Please do not send your child to school if they are exhibiting symptoms of coronavirus. Though masks are optional in our schools, we strongly encourage you to mask up when our community spread is high, as it is right now in Lexington County. That will help keep the spread of the coronavirus low in schools. I would also encourage you to please speak with your doctor about other strategies for keeping your student and your family healthy. We need everyone in our community to use every means possible to protect yourselves and each other this year. I don't want to sound negative as we are getting ready to start this school year, but we need to be realistic about what we're facing. We live in a community that's proven time and time again that when faced with hardship, we support each other in selfless ways. And I'm confident after watching our students and staff stand stronger together last year that we will move onward as one this school year. As we prepare for our first day of school, I wish you a healthy, fulfilling school year.
I didn't know how critical I was until I got all the medical records and was reading it. When they moved me from the emergency room to the hospital, it says in there may not live through the night. I ended up having a DVT, which is a deep vein thrombosis, and it threw a clot back threw me into AFib, caused a blood clot to form in my left ventricle, in the lungs, and in the left carotid artery, which led to me going into heart failure and having a stroke. If it was not for the Lexington One Foundation Emergency Fund that allowed me to help pay my medical bills, I'd probably be in bankruptcy or trying to be out of work because I wouldn't be able to work because I would have to find something else to do to be able to make my ends meet. The Lexington One Foundation helped me by paying 1 month's mortgage payment, paying electric bill, water bill, and medicine and for doctor's bills, and gave me 2 gift cards for food. A person like me, when I decided, I said, well, I'm always wanting to help, so I always contribute every year. But now you know somebody who has actually benefited from that program, so this is a reason why you should do it, and it supports your other fellow Lexington One employees and families to make it through hard times.
There's magic whenever a teacher is sitting with a student and trying to get to know that student, who they are, what their interests are, and a teacher is able to say, you know what? I just read a book, and it reminds me of you. GMS used the Educational Foundation Bucks for Books grant by filling classroom libraries. With this grant, we were able to purchase around 240 books. So it was definitely like Christmas morning, you know. So for teachers, I think they would spend every last dime if they could out of their own pockets to fill their classroom library with books that will be perfect matches for their students. But we don't have all the money in the world to do that, so this money allows us to do that a little bit better. I think a lot of times whenever we donate money. To be honest, we are not certain, where that money is going, and that makes us a little insecure about doing so. But I think this is one of those. It's a foundation that, again, it's serving our community, our people, and you can go visit every classroom in our district and you're able to see its fruition.
One, two, three, four, five.
For a lot of people, that summertime can just really become a time where nothing's happening, and it's a time of stagnation. So I think that, for football, for band, to get out here and actually be doing stuff really helps build people in general and keeps them up during the summer.
5, 6, 7, 8, push 1.
The first week of school, while everyone else is going over their syllabus and all those things, we've already done that. So we're already right into the school year, getting prepared for the first football games and the first competitions and pit rallies, and it helps us serve the community and the school a lot better.
Haga represents kind of the lighthouse that we can all follow, and he's one of the rocks that the band stands on. He's our foundation.
Competition season is my favorite because it's the performances, and that's when you have the most fun and the experiences and the adrenaline rush before you perform. I haven't found anything like it.
This year will be our culture, rebuilding our culture. I think last year we were able to have music, but we weren't able to have the cultural aspects of the band programs, and so that's what we're focusing on this year. Having a good time and really enjoying what we're doing, and just being thankful that we're together.
Getting back on the field and getting back into the music was truly an amazing experience, and it gave me a new appreciation for band. And I think, I speak for everyone saying that coming back after all of this was exhilarating.
G-O, Lex 1, let's go. G-O, Lex 1, let's go.
This school year has a different kind of buzz to it, a different kind of excitement, one where new beginnings and new possibilities and new opportunities are there for everyone to start again and to start fresh.
Onward as one, what that means to me is that we're still all working together. We're all here for the same purpose, and that's to be here for students and to make sure that they are successful, that they're confident, that they're ready.
I'm looking forward to seeing kids again and working together and just building collaboration in our school and continuing to make it a place where kids belong.
Lexington One nurses wish you a great year.
To me, Onward as one means a refreshed, renewed sense of purpose. Now that we've learned so much coming through last year, I think we all have that vision and that goal to always be better.
I'm looking forward to having all of my students back in the building, to being back with my team and working in service to the Pillion community.
Having the kids back in the cafeteria, like that is my goal to have next year. All of them back in here eating, socializing as one, as a family.
Onward as One means we've got an incredible opportunity to carry our students forward to a new destination, a new opportunity. And together, we're going to be able to make decisions that are going to create conditions for students to create beautiful work that will have a contribution to a better world, and that is forward. It's onward, and we're going to do it together.
Onward as one. Good luck, Lexington One.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. The start of the 21-22 school year is finally here. That back-to-school excitement is certainly in the air, but I also know many of you are still anxious about what the year holds. We continue to face uncertainty as we navigate this ever-changing pandemic. Please know we stand committed to maximizing strong instruction while keeping our students, our staff, and your families as safe as possible. Many school districts that already returned to school quickly experienced sharp increases in quarantines and positive cases among students and staff, and that will happen here too. Now is the time to prepare for what you will do if your student must quarantine because of a close contact or isolate because of sickness. Get your plan in place. I also want you to know that our district worked hard this summer to improve the level of virtual instruction that we'll deliver to quarantine students. We know students deserve quality education whether they are in the classroom or a virtual environment. As you may remember, our schools used a layered approach to safety last year. We used plexiglass, physical distancing, masking, hand washing, and daily cleansing and more to stop the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. And for the most part, it worked. Our in-school spread remained low throughout most of the year. This year, our most important layer of defense will be you. Here's what you can do to help. Keep your child at home if they're feeling sick. Please do not send your child to school if they are exhibiting symptoms of coronavirus. Though masks are optional in our schools, we strongly encourage you to mask up when our community spread is high, as it is right now in Lexington County. That will help keep the spread of the coronavirus low in schools. I would also encourage you to please speak with your doctor about other strategies for keeping your student and your family healthy. We need everyone in our community to use every means possible to protect yourselves and each other this year. I don't want to sound negative as we are getting ready to start this school year, but we need to be realistic about what we're facing. We live in a community that's proven time and time again that when faced with hardship, we support each other in selfless ways. And I'm confident after watching our students and staff stand stronger together last year that we will move onward as one this school year. As we prepare for our first day of school, I wish you a healthy, fulfilling school year.
I didn't know how critical I was until I got all the medical records and was reading it. When they moved me from the emergency room to the hospital, it says in there may not live through the night. I ended up having a DVT, which is a deep vein thrombosis, and it threw a clot back threw me into AFib, caused a blood clot to form in my left ventricle, in the lungs, and in the left carotid artery, which led to me going into heart failure and having a stroke. If it was not for the Lexington One Foundation Emergency Fund that allowed me to help pay my medical bills, I'd probably be in bankruptcy or trying to be out of work because I wouldn't be able to work because I would have to find something else to do to be able to make my ends meet. The Lexington One Foundation helped me by paying 1 month's mortgage payment, paying electric bill, water bill, and medicine and for doctor's bills, and gave me 2 gift cards for food. A person like me, when I decided, I said, well, I'm always wanting to help, so I always contribute every year. But now you know somebody who has actually benefited from that program, so this is a reason why you should do it, and it supports your other fellow Lexington One employees and families to make it through hard times.
There's magic whenever a teacher is sitting with a student and trying to get to know that student, who they are, what their interests are, and a teacher is able to say, you know what? I just read a book, and it reminds me of you. GMS used the Educational Foundation Bucks for Books grant by filling classroom libraries. With this grant, we were able to purchase around 240 books. So it was definitely like Christmas morning, you know. So for teachers, I think they would spend every last dime that they could out of their own pockets to fill their classroom library with books that will be perfect matches for their students. But we don't have all the money in the world to do that, so this money allows us to do that a little bit better. I think a lot of times whenever we donate money, to be honest, we are not certain, you know, where that money is going, and that makes us a little insecure about doing so. But I think this is one of those, it's a foundation that, again, it's serving our community, you know, our people, and you can go visit every classroom in our district and you're able to see its fruition.
One, two, three, four, five.
For a lot of people, that summertime can just really become a time where nothing's happening, and it's a time of stagnation. So I think that, you know, for football, for band, to get out here and actually be doing stuff really helps build people in general and keeps them up during the summer.
5, 6, 7, 8, push 1.
The first week of school, while everyone else is going over their syllabus and all those things, we've already done that. So we're already right into the school year, getting prepared for the first football games and the first competitions and pit rallies, and it helps us serve the community and the school a lot better.
Haga represents kind of the lighthouse that we can all follow, and he's one of the rocks that the band stands on. He's our foundation.
Competition season is my favorite because it's the performances, and that's when you have the most fun and the experiences and the adrenaline rush before you perform. I haven't found anything like it.
This year will be our culture, rebuilding our culture. I think last year we were able to have music, but we weren't able to have the cultural aspects of the band programs, and so that's what we're focusing on this year. Having a good time and really enjoying what we're doing, and just being thankful that we're together.
Getting back on the field and getting back into the music was truly an amazing experience, and it gave me a new appreciation for band. And I think, I speak for everyone saying that coming back after all of this was exhilarating.
Let's go!
This school year has a different kind of buzz to it, a different kind of excitement. One where new beginnings and new possibilities and new opportunities are there for everyone to start again and to start fresh.
Onward as one, what that means to me is that we're still all working together. We're all here for the same purpose, and that's to be here for students and to make sure that they are successful, that they're confident, that they're ready.
I'm looking forward to seeing kids again and working together and just building collaboration in our school and continuing to make it a place where kids belong.
Lexington One nurses wish you a great year.
To me, Onward as one means a refreshed, renewed sense of purpose. Now that we've learned so much coming through last year, I think we all have that vision and that goal to always be better.
I'm looking forward to having all of my students back in the building, to being back with my team and working in service to the Pillion community.
Having the kids back in the cafeteria, like that is my goal to have next year. All of them back in here eating, socializing as one, as a family.
Onward as one means we've got an incredible opportunity to carry our students forward to a new destination, a new opportunity. And together, we're going to be able to make decisions that are going to create conditions for students to create beautiful work that will have a contribution to a better world, and that is forward. It's onward, and we're going to do it together.
Onward as one. Good luck, Lexington One.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. The start of the 21-22 school year is finally here. That back-to-school excitement is certainly in the air, but I also know many of you are still anxious about what the year holds. We continue to face uncertainty as we navigate this ever-changing pandemic. Please know we stand committed to maximizing strong instruction while keeping our students, our staff, and your families as safe as possible. Many school districts that already returned to school quickly experienced sharp increases in quarantines and positive cases among students and staff, and that will happen here too. Now is the time to prepare for what you will do if your student must quarantine because of a close contact or isolate because of sickness. Get your plan in place. I also want you to know that our district worked hard this summer to improve the level of virtual instruction that we'll deliver to quarantine students. We know students deserve quality education whether they are in the classroom or a virtual environment. As you may remember, our schools used a layered approach to safety last year. We used plexiglass, physical distancing, masking, hand washing, and daily cleansing and more to stop the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. And for the most part, it worked. Our in-school spread remained low throughout most of the year. This year, our most important layer of defense will be you. Here's what you can do to help. Keep your child at home if they're feeling sick. Please do not send your child to school if they are exhibiting symptoms of coronavirus. Though masks are optional in our schools, we strongly encourage you to mask up when our community spread is high, as it is right now in Lexington County. That will help keep the spread of the coronavirus low in schools. I would also encourage you to please speak with your doctor about other strategies for keeping your student and your family healthy. We need everyone in our community to use every means possible to protect yourselves and each other this year. I don't want to sound negative as we are getting ready to start this school year, but we need to be realistic about what we're facing. We live in a community that's proven time and time again that when faced with hardship, we support each other in selfless ways. And I'm confident after watching our students and staff stand stronger together last year that we will move onward as one this school year. As we prepare for our first day of school, I wish you a healthy, fulfilling school year.
I didn't know how critical I was until I got all the medical records and was reading it. When they moved me from the emergency room to the hospital, it says in there may not live through the night. I ended up having a DVT, which is a deep vein thrombosis, and it threw a clot back threw me into AFib, caused a blood clot to form in my left ventricle, in the lungs, and in the left carotid artery, which led to me going into heart failure and having a stroke. If it was not for the Lexington One Foundation Emergency Fund that allowed me to help pay my medical bills, I'd probably be in bankruptcy or trying to be out of work because I wouldn't be able to work because I would have to find something else to do to be able to make my ends meet. The Lexington One Foundation helped me by paying 1 month's mortgage payment, paying electric bill, water bill, and medicine and for doctor's bills, and gave me 2 gift cards for food. A person like me, when I decided, I said, well, I'm always wanting to help, so I always contribute every year. But now you know somebody who has actually benefited from that program, so this is a reason why you should do it, and it supports your other fellow Lexington One employees and families to make it through hard times.
There's magic whenever a teacher is sitting with a student and trying to get to know that student, who they are, what their interests are, and a teacher is able to say, you know what, I just read a book and it reminds me of you. GMS used the Educational Foundation Bucks for Books grant by filling classroom libraries. With this grant, we were able to purchase around 240 books. So it was definitely like Christmas morning, you know. So for teachers, I think they would spend every last dime if they could out of their own pockets to fill their classroom library with books that will be perfect matches for their students. But we don't have all the money in the world to do that, so this money allows us to do that a little bit better. I think a lot of times whenever we donate money. To be honest, we are not certain, where that money is going, and that makes us a little insecure about doing so. But I think this is one of those. It's a foundation that, again, it's serving our community, our people, and you can go visit every classroom in our district and you're able to see its fruition.
One, two, three, four, five.
For a lot of people, that summertime can just really become a time where nothing's happening, and it's a time of stagnation. So I think that, for football, for band, to get out here and actually be doing stuff really helps build people in general and keeps them up during the summer.
5, 6, 7, 8, push 1.
The first week of school, while everyone else is going over their syllabus and all those things, we've already done that. So we're already right into the school year, getting prepared for the first football games and the first competitions and pet rallies, and it helps us serve the community and the school a lot better.
Haga represents kind of the lighthouse that we can all follow, and he's one of the rocks that the band stands on. He's our foundation.
Competition season is my favorite because it's the performances, and that's when you have the most fun and the experiences and the adrenaline rush before you perform. I haven't found anything like it.
This year will be our culture, rebuilding our culture. I think last year we were able to have music, but we weren't able to have the cultural aspects of the band programs, and so that's what we're focusing on this year. Having a good time and really enjoying what we're doing and just being thankful that we're together.
Getting back on the field and getting back into the music was truly an amazing experience, and it gave me a new appreciation for band. And I think, I speak for everyone saying that coming back after all of this was exhilarating.
G-O, Lex 1, let's go. G-O, Lex 1, let's go.
This school year has a different kind of buzz to it, a different kind of excitement, one where new beginnings and new possibilities and new opportunities are there for everyone to start again and to start fresh.
Onward as one, what that means to me is that we're still all working together. We're all here for the same purpose, and that's to be here for students and to make sure that they are successful, that they're confident, that they're ready.
I'm looking forward to seeing kids again and working together and just building collaboration in our school and continuing to make it a place where kids belong.
Lexington One nurses wish you a great year.
To me, Onward as one means a refreshed, renewed sense of purpose. Now that we've learned so much coming through last year, I think we all have that vision and that goal to always be better.
I'm looking forward to having all of my students back in the building, to being back with my team and working in service to the Pillion community.
Having the kids back in the cafeteria, like that is my goal to have next year. All of them back in here eating, socializing as one, as a family.
Onward as One means we've got an incredible opportunity to carry our students forward to a new destination, a new opportunity. And together, we're going to be able to make decisions that are going to create conditions for students to create beautiful work that will have a contribution to a better world, and that is forward. It's onward, and we're going to do it together.
Onward as one. Good luck, Lexington One.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. The start of the 21-22 school year is finally here. That back-to-school excitement is certainly in the air, but I also know many of you are still anxious about what the year holds. We continue to face uncertainty as we navigate this ever-changing pandemic. Please know we stand committed to maximizing strong instruction while keeping our students, our staff, and your families as safe as possible. Many school districts that already returned to school quickly experienced sharp increases in quarantines and positive cases among students and staff, and that will happen here too. Now is the time to prepare for what you will do if your student must quarantine because of a close contact or isolate because of sickness. Get your plan in place. I also want you to know that our district worked hard this summer to improve the level of virtual instruction that we'll deliver to quarantine students. We know students deserve quality education whether they are in the classroom or a virtual environment. As you may remember, our schools used a layered approach to safety last year. We used plexiglass, physical distancing, masking, hand washing, and daily cleansing and more to stop the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. And for the most part, it worked. Our in-school spread remained low throughout most of the year. This year, our most important layer of defense will be you. Here's what you can do to help. Keep your child at home if they're feeling sick. Please do not send your child to school if they are exhibiting symptoms of coronavirus. Though masks are optional in our schools, we strongly encourage you to mask up when our community spread is high, as it is right now in Lexington County. That will help keep the spread of the coronavirus low in schools. I would also encourage you to please speak with your doctor about other strategies for keeping your student and your family healthy. We need everyone in our community to use every means possible to protect yourselves and each other this year. I don't want to sound negative as we are getting ready to start this school year, but we need to be realistic about what we're facing. We live in a community that's proven time and time again that when faced with hardship, we support each other in selfless ways. And I'm confident after watching our students and staff stand stronger together last year that we will move onward as one this school year. As we prepare for our first day of school, I wish you a healthy, fulfilling school year.
I didn't know how critical I was until I got all the medical records and was reading it. When they moved me from the emergency room to the hospital, it says in there may not live through the night. I ended up having a DVT, which is a deep vein thrombosis, and it threw a clot back threw me into AFib, caused a blood clot to form in my left ventricle, in the lungs, and in the left carotid artery, which led to me going into heart failure and having a stroke. If it was not for the Lexington One Foundation Emergency Fund that allowed me to help pay my medical bills, I'd probably be in bankruptcy or trying to be out of work because I wouldn't be able to work because I would have to find something else to do to be able to make my ends meet. The Lexington One Foundation helped me by paying 1 month's mortgage payment, paying electric bill, water bill, and medicine, and for doctor's bills.
Good evening. It is 7 o'clock. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session and begin general session?
Madam Chair, I move that we conclude executive session and enter general session.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Powers. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. I call to order the general session of the July 20th, 2021 School Board of Lexington School District 1 meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Sorry.
That's okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Board members, you have received the minutes of the July 20th board meeting. Other than corrections that have been received and made, are there any additional corrections? All right, hearing none, the minutes will be accepted as presented. All right, agenda item 7.0 from reports and action items from executive session. Do I hear a motion to approve 26 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 26 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? Ms. Price, would you like to?
I would love to speak for a moment. Yes, we're excited about obviously the first day of school today and having lots of students and teachers and staff back in the buildings. We are still actively seeking about 5 FTE for certified positions, but that's compared to last year, much better place than where we were. So we're also looking for a lot of substitutes. So if you know anyone who would love to sub in our schools, those numbers are pretty drastically down this year. We had, in a normal year, around 300 subs. Last year, this time, about 220, and as of today, 129. So pretty large cut in those. So we would love for you to help us, advertise. If you know of someone who'd like to work with our students, we would love to have them.
So again, just 5 certified positions, because, this is, I think, the 9th or 10th year I've been on the board. I think that's the lowest I ever remember starting a school year. And we added something like 30 net new FTEs, right, certified FTEs to the budget this year.
We added about 73 positions this year total,
okay.
and FTE, and we feel really good about that number. Of course, there are some schools that are covering some things and moving them to second semester until they can look for some December graduates, but
Right.
out of those 5, only 0.5 of that is core FTE, so core classrooms. The others are a couple of various positions, intervention, some things like that. So we feel our team has worked very hard. The schools have worked very hard. Everyone's kind of been involved in that recruiting process to help with that this year. So we feel good about that, and we'd love for the help on the support staff end. We have a lot of housekeeper openings at this time, and of course our subs again. So.
Well, please thank the principals and your team for that valiant effort.
When Ms. Henson and I got to participate in the new employee drive-through, that's the second year HR has hosted it like that, and it is so much fun to for these new teachers to drive through. Many of them are new to Lexington One, but they've been teaching before, and they're so excited to be a part of the Lexington One family. I mean, just the delight and thrill on their faces, and then the things that they were saying. It's really an exciting time to welcome all those new teachers into our family.
It is. We love that time as well. It's great.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments? All right.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 1 administrative recommendation for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 1 administrative recommendation for our 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion for the board to accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. During executive session, we received legal advice in the case of Alvin Berry versus Lexington District One. Do we have a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, I move the board accept the advice of legal counsel on the matter as it pertains to Alvin Berry versus Lexington County School District 1.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right, at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Anderson, our secretary, who is going to assist with a special recognition.
All right, at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Little to step down and ask Mrs. Green, Ms. Henson, and Dr. Powers to join him. Don't say you weren't warned. South Carolina School Boards Association recognized 3 of our board members, Anne Marie Green, Kathy Henson, and Brent Powers, for their accomplishments during the association's 2020-2021 Boardmanship Institute. The Institute offers a year-round training curriculum focusing on leadership skills for board members on state and national educational issues. Each year, at least 80% of the board members statewide attend at least one training session. Workshops focus on school law, advocacy and legislation, improving board operations, leadership for improving student achievement, and more. Board members can achieve up to 6 levels of recognition by participating in conferences and training. Ms. Henson and Dr. Powers receive a certificate for achieving level 1. Mrs. Green receives a certificate and a pin with a red stone for achieving level 5. We are pleased to honor these 3 individuals. We're proud of their commitment to educate themselves so they can best serve our district. Fancy, fancy.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, we are now at 9.0, citizens participation. Lexington County School District One's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens participation period during board meetings. In order to speak, you must be the parent or legal guardian of a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school, a taxpayer residing in the Lexington District 1 attendance area, an employee of the district, or a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs, or other matters. You may not speak about specific individuals, whether students or staff. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. We want to give everyone who came tonight an opportunity to speak, and in order to do that, I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern at the back of the room. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. Please do not clap or make any comments either while an individual speaks or after he or she speaks. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out that indicated you wanted to speak. That card asked for your name, address, and other information. However, I will read only your name, the town you reside in, and the schools your children attend when it is your turn to speak. If you are unable to attend this meeting, our meetings, or are uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail, and our contact information is available on the Lexington One website. We welcome all messages. All right. First this evening, we have Ms. Jill Slatnick. She lives in Lexington and has students that attend River Bluff and Lexington Middle School.
Hello, I am a long-time listener and first-time caller. I'm nervous about being here with this many people and this many unmasked people, but I am here because I am putting children first. My children and the children of Lexington One. And I ask board members, teachers, administrators, Lexington One employees, are you putting children first? I was disheartened this week when I went to my child's open house and saw so many unmasked teachers, as a teacher, part of your job is to keep our children safe. We have to learn first aid. We have to enjoy the lovely blood-borne pathogen video every year. We do tornado drills. We do shooter drills. Part of keeping our children safe right now is wearing this mask. The reason that Lexington One and other districts were able to stay open last year as much as they did was because of the masks and the mitigation efforts, the social distancing, the hybrid schedule, even though everybody hated it. You know who is putting children first? Richland County, Allendale, Charleston. The Supreme Court today with USC and colleges can require masking. By not being able to mask or not requiring it, not standing up for it, not having the guts to do it, we are cutting off our nose to spite our face. McMaster is cutting off his nose to spite his face. We all know the CDC, DHEC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, where they stand.
Thank you very much, Ms. Slatnick. All right, next we have Ms. Stephanie Berquist. She lives in Lexington, and her students attend Beechwood and Lexington High School. Go ahead, Ms. Berquist.
Hey there. It's been a minute. Most of you know me. I'm not a first-time caller, as the previous woman stated, and I always say I just sort of ask God for a little guidance before I come up here typically. And so this was the perfect guidance. While I do not personally agree with the person who spoke before me, I respect everybody's choice. That's what's great about America. That's what should be great about the freedoms in America. That's what's great about being an adult. We can agree to disagree, and that's okay. It's always been okay. I will say I just came tonight to kind of let people know that we have not gone away. And by we, I mean the parents who continue to stand for anatomical and medical freedom for our own selves and our minor children. And although we all don't agree, I will still choose what's best for my minor children, and that should be okay with everybody. She mentioned the Supreme Court, which was interesting. It just came out a couple hours ago. I don't know if anybody knows about it, but I was going to mention it. And I wanted to come today to make sure that nobody got any sort of hairy, radical, or tyrannical ideas about possibly or potentially masking our minor children again, especially mine. That being said, the Supreme Court did rule on Proviso 1.101, which is the budget that the state passed, and they upheld that it is illegal to pass any mask mandate. So Charleston and all those other counties and everybody who is trying to overthrow the law can no longer do that, and I, for one, am very happy about that. Again, we can all disagree. I also want to let y'all know that based on my choices that are not right for everybody, but they're right for me, I pulled my kids out of y'all's schools this year. Thousands of parents across South Carolina are doing the same thing. I never thought I'd be a homeschool mom. Well, congratulations, I am now. My kids still attend sports at the schools that you mentioned, so they are in your surrounding for part of the time, but that was best for my family. I still choose what's best for my family. My husband and I choose what's best for our family. And the fact that we're about to do all the same things all over again is very disconcerting to me. You can actually look up the definition of crazy in the Webster Dictionary. It literally says doing the same thing more than once and expecting a different result. We're about to do the same thing over again and expect a different result. So I'm not gonna put my kids in that. We've made a lot of life changes, and I mean big life changes. Homeschooling is a life change, okay? But that's what's right. So again, I just wanted to come and make sure that nobody was getting any crazy ideas, talk about the thing that the Supreme Court just passed, upholding that it is completely illegal to do that. So everybody who wants to send their children to school maskless, please do so. The Supreme Court has held it up. Also, I've got 2 seconds. We need to stop contact tracing. My daughter's on cheerleading. She's already quarantined for 2 weeks. School hasn't even started. Well, it started today. We need to stop that. Again, it's crazy. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berquist. Next, we have Claire Tidwell. She lives in Lexington, and her students attend Midway Elementary.
Hello. And I will say I am a first-time caller, so I'm glad to be here tonight. I believe most of us can agree that when it comes to school, we think the best place for our children is to be in face-to-face school rather than virtual. I listened carefully to Dr. Little's video several times yesterday. I really appreciate the straightforwardness of his message. The message I heard in the video is that administrators know what worked last year to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in our schools, with layered safety approach, including masks, which kept our schools open. But we're not doing that this year. Despite a more contagious Delta variant, despite children getting infected with COVID-19, the video made it clear the school district expects that children will become infected with COVID-19, and parents need to make plans for when their children get sick, and also to get ready for virtual school because of quarantines. The proviso was passed when COVID-19 seemed to be taking a very different direction. It seemed that COVID-19 was letting up, but we know now the current direction and the current path is nowhere close to where it was in June. It's completely different. I understand there are funding threats this year. A lot has been written and said about the dangers of losing school funding if masking is implemented in districts. The most important issues have not changed. We want our children educated, we want our children to be safe, and we want our children in school. We know what has worked in the past. Everything I've read and heard has not answered several questions. I have the questions here. I hope you will think about them and consider them carefully. Would our schools have to close if state funding was withdrawn for one semester? What school programs and services would be suspended if state funding was withheld? If they suspend our schools' funding, will the legislature refund taxes that each taxpayer in our district paid for school operations? Superintendent Spearman has said that the proviso is silent on penalties. Are we afraid of monsters in the dark that may not materialize? And finally, I believe you know the right thing to do is to protect our children. You did it last year with considerable success. Why aren't we doing it now? And two, I noticed too that just this afternoon, there was a 6-page unanimous opinion issued today by the South Carolina Supreme Court, and it said, a law known as a proviso has passed in General Assembly earlier this year. Does not prohibit universal mask mandate at public universities. It worked for them, maybe it will work for us. I'm asking for short-term protocols in our elementary schools to keep our children in school and to help prevent long-term health issues. Thank you for our time and your work at the district.
Thank you, Ms. Tidwell. All right, next we have Catherine, what's her last name? Oh, I'm sorry, I see it now. Ms. Catherine Carter Jeffcoat, and she lives in Gilbert, or in Lexington, as a student attends Gilbert Elementary.
Good evening. I hope everybody had a good first day. My kids had a wonderful day at Gilbert Elementary. The team, the faculty, the staff over there is phenomenal. I just want you all to know that I'm so impressed with the work they do. But I found out on a whole other topic, but I found out the ground maintenance contract that we had was terminated and that our custodians and volunteers are doing ground maintenance at our facilities. And so I just wanted to advocate that if there's remaining funds from the $700,000 that we earmarked for that contract in our general funds budget would be used as bonuses for custodial staff that are taking up the work of grounds maintenance, or possibly contract with local landscaping companies to meet the district's needs so that we're pouring the money back into our local economy. This also confirms a point I made earlier in a meeting about board approval or our general funds budget, that the budget can change dramatically after approval and the board may or may not even be notified or have a say in how those funds are spent. We need policies addressing these issues. The board resolution, if the spirit of this resolution is to set a tone of collaboration after COVID among all of your stakeholders, then I can 100% get behind that idea. However, I think it has kind of missed the mark. First of all, it says that the board will act as ambassadors and advocates for the district. Board members do not advocate for the district, or the superintendent, or the board for that matter. The South Carolina State Board Association's member guide says the boards advocate for children and public education. It goes on to explain how a board member will advocate to policymakers and through policymaking as representatives of the district on behalf of the community that elected you. I think that there may be some misunderstanding on this concept within our board. Also, asking the community to offer grace to the district. The definition of grace is unmerited favor. I think perhaps you're asking for understanding with all of the changes that are occurring, but if collaboration is the goal, being one community, I would suggest also asking for the community to hold you accountable to the laws and policy that govern you as a board. The focus on governance, not management. South Carolina law says, quote, each school district is under the management and control of the Board of Trustees. Management is one of your duties by law. Also, simply reminding us that we are all one community working in collaboration for education is not enough. Your actions and the actions of the district must show that this is the case. I suggest that you should table this resolution. Call a special meeting, a community forum, where the board and the superintendent can hear from all of your stakeholders, the community, the parents, caregivers, et cetera, on what they would like to see the board resolve to do this year. What better way to show that we are truly one family and one community? What greater way to foster transparency and accountability between yourselves and your stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffcoat. Next, we have Heather Beatty. She lives in Lexington and has students that attend Deerfield Elementary.
Good afternoon, evening, I guess we're at now. It's been a long day. Happy first day of school. These are all exciting times. I'm here for a few quick comments regarding face masks and parental rights for us, the parents, to choose for what's best for our children. Because last year, I promised my 6-year-old that I would continue to fight for her. I would fight for her. So we need to keep the rules in place that we have now. Parents choose what's right for our kids. No study has conclusively found that wearing masks, especially the cloth ones that most of them wear to school every day, works in real life practice. It is for a respiratory disease. And that's what we're dealing with here. Viruses are going to virus, okay? And if you look at lockdowns, masks, vaccines, and every other mitigation that we have tried, very little has actually come of it. And I go back to, I also said, the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again. And that's where we are. Stop listening to people that love to be scared or love to spread fear. Please, we need to keep the rules in place that we have now for parents to choose. It is my job to protect my child, mine, and I promise that I will do it. To close, I would like to say that I have a 2nd grader who was thrilled to go to school today without a mask on. She was excited to see her friends, to play, and most excited to learn. And she was excited to do those things without wearing her mask, without worrying about standing too close to her friends or hugging her teachers, worrying about mask breaks and headaches. Please just keep the current policy in place and allow parental choice for our children. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Next, we have Ms. Rebecca Godfrey. She lives in Lexington and has students at Midway, LMS, and River Bluff.
Thank you so much for starting sports, having welcome back nights, having all the students start on day one, providing an online option for every single grade level, and for not forcing masks. My kids had an amazing first day. I hope you will continue moving in the right direction and revise the contact tracing policy very soon. I have seen other schools not require quarantine for healthy children who happen to be in close contact with a student who has tested positive. They are allowing parents to make the decisions concerning their close contact child because, one, the PCR test has failed its full review. It's produced up to 90% inaccurate results. Two, quarantining with absolutely no symptoms is detrimental to a child's mental health and education. For decades, parents, not a governmental agency, were the ones who determined the wellness of their child. There have always been viruses. Of the 300 plus children who died with COVID last year, every single one had pre-existing conditions. 0 died from COVID alone. And number 3, there's an amazing medicine called ivermectin that has proven its efficacy in a double-blind study and stops COVID in its tracks. So this overwhelming fear has to go. Also, how many close contact students who were forced to stay home last year for 14 years developed symptoms? I would like to know that number. If we don't have a number to prove the effectiveness of this policy, why are we repeating it? We better be 100% sure that this is beneficial and not just take DHEC's word for it. It is very challenging for parents, students, teachers, and coaches to have a well child needlessly out of school for 14 days. Let the parents, not the government, determine the health of their child and if they should stay home or not. This policy is a complete insult and infringement on my rights as a parent. Parents, do not comply with contact tracing. We have the intellect to determine if our child needs to stay home. Also, kids who choose not to get the shot should not be discriminated against. As it stands, any vaxxed student never needs to quarantine, and all the non-vaxxed must. This is an awful policy. The vax is still in the experimental phase. Vaxxed people can still spread and catch COVID, and there have been hundreds of thousands of adverse reactions. End this policy. Finally, I want to speak on behalf of some teacher friends who still feel like they cannot express their thoughts freely, and I want to make sure that they have not received any unwelcome pressure from any superiors regarding the mask or the vaccine. Teachers are some of the most adaptable and flexible people on this planet, which they proved last year, and their decisions deserve to be respected. This district would grind to a halt without our amazing teachers. I hope you will treat them like the adults that they are and value their decisions because they are very capable of doing just about any other job out there. Please don't micromanage them or pressure their personal choices in any way. Respect their decisions without rewarding or penalizing them. I know many wonderful families who have pulled their kids out of Lexington One because they've lost confidence in public schools. This really saddens me. I hope you will end the government overreach and restore their confidence by returning all decisions relating to health back to the parents.
Thank you, Ms. Godfrey. Next, we have Amanda Donovan. She lives in Peelian and has students that attend Peelian Middle and Peelian High.
Hi, I'm also new at this, but my daughter, she had to leave school January of last year, so she was super ecstatic to be back this year. You know, the masks were giving her headaches. This year, my son got a close contact with COVID exposure through football practice. He actually practiced for 2 days before they even figured it out and told me and tested negative 8 days later. He was invited back to school, but he still can't participate. He can't participate in practice. He has to mask. He has to social distance. He was tested negative by his pediatrician with a PCR test that you require. And there's no science behind doing any of that to a COVID negative child. It just doesn't make any sense. Your own Onward page doesn't even say anything about close contacts with a negative test. I spoke with the AG office on Monday and was told that this was against the law for him to even be masked in school. Let's see, I understand that you're following DHEC recommendations, but I'm sorry, I lost my spot. They recommend testing close contact vaccinated students also, and you're not doing that. It seems as if, things are being picked and chosen out of the recommendations, and it's just not fair. I think it's time to, make sensible rules for all and follow the laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. Next, we have Ms. Debbie High. She lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lexington High School.
I hate coming here and talking about masks and all this COVID stuff. That is not even on my agenda tonight. But since we're addressing it, I'm going to do it because guess what I brought? This is from the Attorney General Alan Wilson. This is one he sent to the College of Charleston. And to all the moms who are here for the first time, welcome. Welcome to the ones who hate the masks, the ones who love the masks. I don't care. Okay? There's also this thing called T-cell immunity for every single person who's had this. Okay, if you've had symptoms, especially that classic one of loss of taste and smell, you have T-cell immunity. That is lifelong, and it protects you against the variants. Okay, I'd like to see some of that data, huh? Come on, board. All right, this is from this summer from Attorney General Alan Wilson. So this is to one of the colleges here in our beautiful state. He says, vaccinating is a personal decision. As a result, no state institution may mandate COVID-19 vaccinations or retaliate against those that choose not to receive a vaccination. Okay, there will be no reprimand, no punishment, and no adverse consequence for any student that exercises their individual right not to receive a vaccination. Okay, and most in this community, we love Alan Wilson. He's right here. Okay, we know him. Okay, just follow the law. There's a reason this law exists. Okay, and it is discriminatory, which brings us to also the 14th Amendment. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of different avenues you can take with this. Don't push us, okay? What has always worked is if you're sick, stay home. And if you're healthy, mama says get your butt off to school, okay? All right, what I really wanted to talk about is an interview that our Superintendent Little gave about 4 years ago called The Personal Journey of Education. This apparently, I guess, was published in the Huffington Post or something. A member of our community pointed this out to me. And I really challenged the board. Is this really somebody we want to be running our schools? Y'all are about to give him more power tonight with your resolution.
Madam Chair, motion to recess.
I'm sorry. Can we not talk about a public interview? I'm going to read his highlighted
We don't talk about
words.
personnel issues
I
in this
will
room.
second the motion.
This is
Dr.
not a
Powers.
personnel issue. I'm saying, is this really something that the board wants to stand behind? We really want a superintendent
We
who wants
cut
to
the
get rid of
microphone,
grades,
please.
who wants to get
Cut
rid of
the microphone.
percentages, who doesn't like the 24 graduation.
Cut the microphone, please.
All right,
Second, so we need to take a vote.
vote to recess. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We're in recess for 5 minutes. Ms. Heim, I'm going to give you 1 minute. Okay. But I want to remind you that the guidelines for our citizens' participation is that we don't speak about individuals, whether staff or students or audience members. And I'm also going to remind you that this is a public meeting, and would you please maintain the decorum that, you know, hopefully we're all modeling for our children. And so you have 1 minute left, and I would ask you the information that you have, the article that you have, if you would send it to the board, we would love to look at it, and if you would like to email it to us, that would be great. I'm gonna restore your minute, but I'll remind you of the ground rules for citizens' participation, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I think you do a great job leading the board, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that because that singles somebody out. Anyway, this is right here from the Personal Journey of Education. It was published June 20th, 2017. And in a summary of it, it says, Little also talks about shaking up the status quo regarding letter or percentage grades and brings insight into what those grades actually mean. Part of the problem, according to Greg, comes from the fact that letter grades are so ingrained in our society that proposing change almost always poses a problem. It's important that school leadership work to provide a clear message to parents and the community to create necessary buy-in. The interview revealed that it takes a special nuance to persuade people to adopt sweeping change for our district. Okay? He says, we pride ourselves for trying to create a personalized journey for students. We're working to even rethink graduation credits and all those situations, because we talk about personalized experience, but you're required to have the same 24 credits. That's not a personalized journey. That's the same 24 credits everybody else has. So it's the exact same thing. I will say my son's high school has more than 2,000 students, and he will not have the exact same coursework as a single other person there. And there, another one. He says, what is an 87% grade? It's standards-based grading and competency-based. He doesn't want standards and competency-based.
Thank you, Ms. Heim. All right, next we have Matthew Heim, and he lives in Lexington, and his students attend Lexington High School.
Hey everyone. Gosh, that was sure interesting. Anyway, I did want to say my kids started Lexington High. We went to the high school. We had to get some scheduling stuff done. Dr. Poole said hi to us. We talked to the other assistant principals, Verberg, as well as Martinez, and all very nice people. Counselors are great. We got some new ones. So just wanted to say thanks. I mean, I think it's a good school. There's really good people here. There's absolutely no question about that. One thing, though, it's already been touched on, so I won't beat the dead horse, but governance does require management. I mean, that's just a fact. This board needs to do some management. That is required. Also, who's responsible for things like recent multi-million-dollar building overages? Those things also need to be managed. These are the little things that happen when you don't manage correctly. That's a big deal. Someone earlier was talking about refunds and money. Are the taxpayers getting a refund for that? Are we getting money back? I don't think so. Those aren't things that are happening. All right, also the other thing too is who's responsible for policies and they're not being followed. You've got a superintendent, he's not gonna enforce the policy, he's gonna have the administrators do something. Whose job is that to fix it? Okay, if you have a rogue administrator, is it the superintendent's job to fix it? When does the board step in? It is your job to set these policies and make sure they are followed and followed correctly. So one of the things I also really wanted to kind of touch on is FOIA. FOIA is really interesting. The reason it exists is because lawmakers realized that governments were acting in secret and keeping things from the public. So they actually had to go pass laws, similar to this mask law, no critical race theory laws, things like that you're seeing, because they're not doing what the people want, and they're trying to keep it from them. So this district, we made a lot of FOIA requests, and this summer, we sent a personalized letter to each of you board members. And what you did is you gave it right back to the person who told us no already. We already knew his opinion. That's why we asked you to give us your opinion. And he went and talked to a lawyer and he got back to us and basically said the same thing, no, all over again. It was really confusing. So that's why we're asking for the board for help. We are saying that these people are denying these requests for these reasons. We got 3 or 4 different ones. One of them was because classroom materials are intellectual property. There is no way it is IP. I mean, absolutely no way. And then we asked for clarification on that policy. And do you know what we got? Nothing. They even ignored the FOIA request and didn't even respond, which means they absolutely have to. The other thing is the law specifically states in the statute that all policy decisions are required to be disclosed. In other words, if you deny a request because of a policy, you need to tell us how that policy is implemented. It's in the black letter law. Okay, that is confusing and it needs to be fixed and addressed. So please open up the doors, let the people see what's going on. Is this district operating in secret or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hine. All right, I believe that that is it. Okay, we are going to move on to item 10.0, which is action items. Do I hear a motion that the board adopt a resolution to provide for the issuance and sale of not to exceed $16,215,000 general obligation bonds of Lexington County School District One, South Carolina?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the board adopt a resolution to provide for the issuance and sale of not to exceed $16,215,000 general obligation bonds of Lexington County School District Number 1, South Carolina. The bonds are to be issued in 2 or more series. The bond resolution will prescribe the purposes for which the proceeds shall be expended for the payment of bonds and other matters relating thereto.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I believe that we have, Mr. Salters, I'm going to turn it over to you, actually, to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Do you have Mr. Mike Gallagher here this evening with Compass Municipal Advisors, our financial advisor. And so Mike is going to tag team this with me, if we can get rid of the feedback. There we go. As you recall, this is a bond sale that we do each fall. And what it does is it sets up the payments that we make on our installment purchase revenue bonds. And there's 2 payments for these. One is in the fall and one is in the spring. And I liken it to making a house payment. We borrowed some money a while back, the district did. Series 2013, that was to construct Carolina Springs Elementary and Carolina Springs Middle. Series 2015 was Red Bank Elementary and Gilbert Primary renovations, and then to build New Providence Elementary. So essentially we're making payments on those loans, if you will, for lack of a better description. Additionally, this does infuse approximately $10,030,000 of additional funding into the capital program. And I've included in your board packet a list of projects that we've listed out for you with some estimated cost targets for those projects. Those projects were lifted from our facility study, our original facility study that was done in 2017. The difference between that study and the actual 2018 referendum the board voted on, as I've said on numerous occasions, we've used that gap in the study, the $393 million versus $365, to guide our overall capital needs going forward. Additionally, there are a few projects on that list that have come up since the original study was done that have been identified as needs. And so what we propose in this use of funding is obviously the total dollar amount that you're looking at is around $12.8 million. And so you may say, well, we're only getting 10 million. Why do you have 12.8 million listed? And the reason for that is these are just cost estimates. When we actually go to market, some may come in higher, some may come in lower. And so we would strictly just fall down that list kind of in order. And if we have projects come in less than our estimates, we would roll that money forward and be able to hopefully accomplish more than the estimates are listed. So we wanted to, to have a little cushion there to add additional projects to that list. So Mr. Gallagher is here. I'll turn it over here briefly to kind of give you a synopsis of the sale itself.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Little, it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. We have this broken down into 2 series. Part of it would be sold. It's planned to be sold on the 22nd of September. Those bonds would be issued just for a 1-year period, and they'd be paid off on March 1st of next year. All of this is being sized to keep your millage level at 90 mills. That way your taxes would not go up. Happy to say that we've been able to bring the program in below the estimates that were provided when you did the referendum. There is a small piece that, because the installment purchase revenue bonds have 2 payments a year, one on June 1st and one on December 1st, there would be a small issue next spring to make that spring payment, and that would be about April and close in early May. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
I did a little work during business school using fixed assets, so to maintain that millage even and level is not easy. So on behalf of all the taxpayers of Lexington County, I would just want to thank you for that, because obviously fluctuating millage is very frustrating and confusing to a taxpayer.
It's really good for the homeowners, and this is a district that has a lot of homeowners, and when there is a drop one year, their escrows get recalculated and their payments drop, and then if the next year it goes up, and then unfortunately there'll be a catch-up on it. So you're exactly right, Dr. Powers.
And it, and I'd point out that we have issued the bulk of our referendum bonds at this point as well. So we've been able to maintain that millage with that larger issue amount.
Yeah, and the referendum projected millage would go up by, I forget the number, 30 or 40, but it was.
Well, it was right under 200 mils. So no, I'm sorry, right under 100. My bad.
99 mils.
Yeah, let me.
And so
100.
right now
under
we're
100.
at 90.
Yeah,
right
we
at
sized it at 99. Sorry.
Yeah.
Give myself a heart attack by going to 200. So 99. So, but we stayed at 90. So that's been really good.
That's great. Thank you.
I've asked this before, but I think it's always a good point to make, because new people watching it may be kind of hard to follow sometimes. When we say we're borrowing money to pay for borrowed money, eventually the price has to be paid. Can you kind of explain that process of how that occurs?
What happens is in 2006 and before, the school district entered into an installment purchase revenue bond agreement with a nonprofit corporation. So they were an on behalf of issuer of the school district. And so what happens is each year you borrow the money on the general obligation side, you make that installment purchase payment. You're buying an undivided interest in those facilities. Those school facilities are under a base lease agreement where the nonprofit corporation owns them. So what you're doing is you're buying a small piece of those schools every year, and an undivided interest transfers.
And it's kind of like a lease purchase arrangement, which the state no longer allows to happen. But that's, in fact, these are, I think, some of the last ones that were done probably in the state.
There was a slew of them that were done in December of 2006, right before they were outlawed.
We're approaching the end of that program, correct?
That will end in, I believe it's 2031.
So yeah, close.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Relatively
I guess
speaking.
if we're talking like a 30-year mortgage, yeah.
Yes, relatively speaking.
Not bad.
Yes, sir.
But the revenues that are used to pay for that, when are those revenues collected and then
Property
paid
taxes.
to pay off this?
So they're property taxes. So the general obligation bonds are paid by property taxes.
Right.
So the property taxes come in December, and they make those payments in either December. They come in January when the taxes are collected, and then the bonds are paid off in either February 1st or March 1st.
So essentially a short-term note to pay
Very
off
short,
the long-term.
very short term, and so it'll be very low cost of borrowing.
Gotcha. I just always like to point that out because it can be kind of hard to kind of follow sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, it's probably for Mr. Salters. Can we not label this list you gave us as Exhibit A?
Sure.
Okay. Because I know it refers in here several times to Exhibit A in this document, but Exhibit A is one of the old ones that we usually use.
Well, actually, this would really need to be Exhibit B. Exhibit A is kind of how we get to this. And what the reason we do it this way, Ms. Garris, it's a good point, is Exhibit A, the list of improvements are renovations, additions, repairs to existing facilities of the School District 1, 2, acquisition of land for future district facilities, 3, acquisition of IT equipment and school safety equipment, or 4, building and equipping new facilities of the district. So those are broad categories so that this resolution is set up to give us flexibility to do any of those things that fit those categories. So, for example, we have this list that we have shared with you, and if something were to happen, tragically, today we had tornado warnings right at dismissal, right? If we had a number of our buildings, something happened to them and we had to do something in an emergency that may not have been covered under insurance, we could use this money, going back to the River Bluff retaining wall failure situation. If something were to happen like that, we could potentially use this money to do that and not be tied specifically to this list. Now, if we were to do something like that, we would inform the board that, hey, this is, here's the list, this is what we said we were going to do. Now we need to divert some of those funds, and it meets one of these items on Exhibit A. So this would really need to be like Exhibit B as part of that discussion.
So is it possible to put that language in there? I think we have a couple of other exhibits, B, C, D, I think I read in here somewhere. Would it be possible to put language in there to include this list?
So what you do when you do that is you lock yourself to this list. You can't say Exhibit A and this in another exhibit within the resolution, because then you lock yourself in. I mean, they're kind of conflicting with each other. You're either going to do all of this or you're going to do Exhibit A. And so this is an internal document that we're going to work with you on. And this Exhibit A sets the framework up in case we had something, a need shifted for whatever reason. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We don't know what we may need. And so if for some reason we had to divert funds, we have the ability to do that with the broader categories that are listed in the resolution. This document is more of a working document for the board and administration to work from and keep track of.
Right. I mean, what concerns me is that nowhere in this bond resolution paperwork are these items listed, and it refers to Exhibit A, and it says all along that the board has determined that it's in the best interest of the district to defray the cost of items shown in Exhibit A. But in Exhibit A, it could be, like you said, I understand you need flexibility. It could be renovations, additions, land, information technology, and building and equipping new facilities. But if this list is provided to the board as these are the things that we need to do, then I think somewhere in this document that needs to be part of the document. Because right now it's saying we're giving you $10.1 million to spend as you see fit on renovations, additions, land. And there's nothing tying you to this one document that you gave the board, because it's not part of the bond resolution.
What's tying us together right now is this document, which in the past we've worked from Exhibit A as a board and as an administration. So this document that you have before you this year is a plan that you have asked for in the past that you have not seen directly at this time. We have provided those details later on, but we provided you this document going into this conversation. So it's my recommendation that you leave it like this for flexibility to be able to identify needs as they come up. If something should change, that gives the board, puts the board in the best position. This document is what we all will work from, and we will keep you posted on those efforts as they go. And that's how it's been structured to this point.
And Mr. Salters, correct me if I'm wrong, but that document with those listed projects are mainly based upon feedback from our principals and such. And obviously, as the money starts to flow, I mean, their recommendations can change. So again, locking us into a prescribed list that handcuffs our principals and school leaders, I think is dangerous.
Well, I'm not asking to be handcuffed, and these are left over from 2017. So these have been set for several years now.
They're not all left over from 2017.
Right, and then,
there's some new items on there since 2017. This method that we are using right now is what we have done with these IPRB payments. I can't say since they started, but in recent years, this has been the strategy that we have used. And we are, this year, for the first time, we have on the front end shown this document that is kind of a working document. We have these internally. We share these with the board. Usually we do this at a later time. But based on board feedback and input, we know that you wanted to see something up front, and that's why we provided this document. And again, I'll reiterate, these are just estimates. We haven't gone to market for any of this stuff. This is not, I don't need to see 6 months from now, oh, you're over budget because we put a number down to work from, okay? This is not a number that's going to show up on a Facebook page that says, well, now they're over budget because we, spent more than $100,000 doing a particular project, and that's what was on here. These are simply estimates based on what we're seeing in the market right now. And those of you involved in construction know the market is crazy. For our good, at least it's trending back down some, but there is some volatility. And that's our strategy right now, and that's how we would recommend setting this up so that it gives you the most flexibility. Our bond counsel, Theo DeBose, has structured this document this way. Mr. Gallagher has done this as well, and we've been involved with, I know you're involved with multiple districts, and so it gives you it puts you in the best position to use the funds as you need to use them.
Since this is what you described kind of like a fairly new process where we're seeing this up front, at the end of this bond sale, and the end of this construction season, can we revisit at that point and just basically check them off?
Yes, sir.
Without locking into, so you kind of get the best of both worlds, where you're not hamstringed by the language of your document, but at the same time, you also have a level of, accountability and those kind of things. And so, if we were to go back and review this at the end, maybe even before the next one, we could say we accomplished this, this, and this.
So what our plan would be is that you get an operations update every month, and I've been giving them to you. Mr. Warren is giving those to you now. You're going to see progress on these projects, and as we check these projects off, you're going to be made aware. This project was listed at, I keep using $100,000. This project was listed at $100,000. We completed this project for $96,000. That leaves $4,000 to roll on down into the program. The other thing is, we put $12.8 million in here. That's a pretty large overage, so I don't know that we'll hit those last few projects. But theoretically, we could come in way under budget and run out of projects, and then have money left and have to then define some other things. If this is prescribed in that resolution and this only, you have nothing else to run to use the funds. You only can spend it on those those things. So again, that's what the flexibility is for. But absolutely, the intent is to provide status updates on each of these things as they go. Now, some of these things at the end, you won't see any statuses on because we're not going to go, working on the things towards the end because we got to make sure we have the funds to get to those.
So then are these prioritized?
Yes, ma'am.
They are?
Yeah, it would fall in order, that you see on the sheet.
Okay, because that was...
Now, and I need to be clear, like one of the big projects, the first project on the list is Gilbert Middle School HVAC replacement. Now that, we're not going to go in there and do that this fall. That's a next summer project, okay, because of the upfit and involvement that it does, disruption it does to classrooms. It'll be a next summer project, but we certainly will go ahead and get the design started, get the as much pricing as we can, so we have an idea of what that looks like before we get to the the actual work next summer. So everything won't hit next summer. We'll be doing some other projects along the way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Board, does anyone have additional questions for Mr. Gallagher or Mr. Salters about this motion? No? All right. Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Gallagher, for coming here tonight. Do I hear a motion that the board approve the 2022-2023 academic calendar as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the 2022-2023 academic calendar as presented by administration.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All right, I believe we have Mr. Cooper here to kind of give us a recap of this calendar. I think this is our second look at this. Take it away.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you. We do bring tonight to you for second reading and approval the 22-23 academic calendar. First thing of note is that there are no structural changes to the calendar that you saw last month that we presented for first reading. The document that you're viewing it on is the one that we would publish on the website. So this is the one that would be outward facing for our parents and our community. It does include, down at the bottom, a footnote that came at the advisory of Parent Advisory Council last February, and also on the 21-22 academic calendar that explains those weather makeup days. Remember, it's the intent that we would actually provide online learning on a day that was disrupted, that we couldn't have in-person school due to weather. It was our intention to have e-learning take place that day, and the weather makeup day that sits in the calendar would be a holiday for students and staff if it's not needed for additional instruction. In terms of some high points of this calendar, it is a reasonably balanced calendar. It's a 91, 89-day first semester, second semester calendar. It observes the traditional holiday breaks. It has periodic breaks throughout the year, with our students having a break each month. We are required by law to put in the 3 weather makeup days as placeholders, and again, the intent would be that they would be holidays for students and staff if they're not needed for instruction. And the school year concludes for students and teachers the week of Memorial Day. I'll briefly walk you through month by month, but you'll see in August that our teachers return on August the 8th and have 6 pre-service days. Students begin school on August 16th, a Tuesday. There are 12 instructional days that month. We move into September. Labor Day is a holiday for students and staff on September 5th, and there are 21 instructional days during that month. As we go into October, you'll see October 7th is a teacher work day for parent-teacher conferences. The students do not have school. The first term ends on October 20th, and there are 20 instructional days that month. As we move into October, there is a student and staff holiday on November 8th, which is Election Day, and a 3-day break at Thanksgiving, which I think everyone in this room and the community as a whole definitely enjoys. 18 instructional days in the month of November. We'd move into December with 12 more instructional days before our Christmas break, and it is a very traditional 2 full week Christmas break there to conclude that month. As we ring in the new year, we have our first weather makeup day set on January 2nd, and so the intent would be that that would be a holiday for all. That is also the New Year's Day observed day for federal employees, so hopefully that matches up well for families and gives them more time together. There are 8 additional instructional days during the first semester, and which ends on January 12th. January 13th is a teacher work day, so no school for students. The Martin Luther King Day holiday is observed holiday for students and staff on January 16th, and so after that long weekend, students and staff return and begin the second semester with 11 more instructional days that month. We move into February, and the 17th would be no students in the buildings, as it would be a teacher work day and the second parent-teacher conference day. February 20th, that wraparound Monday, is the second weather makeup day. So again, hopefully a long weekend for all, with 18 instructional days during February. As we go into March, we have the third weather makeup day set there for that periodic break during that kind of long early spring time, and that sits on March 17th. There, the third 9 weeks ends that month on the 23rd, and we have 22 instructional days. We go into April, and the first full week of April would be our spring break. That does encapsulate Good Friday, which is a day that we get a lot of requests to ensure that we do have off, so we're able to accommodate that, and there are 15 instructional days. Go into May, and a little bit of a long haul during what is, a lot of testing is going on during that month, but we do have a few weeks to go there till we get to Memorial Day, which is a holiday for students and staff. 22 instructional days that month, and we do quickly wrap up the end of the year with the students' last day being on June the 1st, and the teacher's last day being on June the 2nd. So good to be able to get everyone through a successful school year and enjoying their summer the week of Memorial Day.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Board, are there any questions about the proposed calendar? No? All right. We have a motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion that the board approve a waiver for seat time compliance for graduation preparation?
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the waiver for seat time compliance. The South Carolina Department of Education accepts requests from districts to waive compliance from a state regulation when the regulation is an impediment to the implementation of an approved district strategic plan or school renewal plan. Our district is requesting to waive the seat time requirements, which impede students' capabilities to learn at any pace, any place, and any time. To engage students who are not progressing on time for graduation, we are seeking to create a pathway for readmission and credit accumulation and progress.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All right, I believe Dr. Clamp is here to walk us through what this motion means.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Little. It's our pleasure tonight to provide you some information about a very unique partnership that will assist us in supporting kids, all kids. So tonight we're going to provide you some background about the problem, provide you some information about a unique partnership with the Graduation Alliance, then also give you some information about the funding option for this plan and our intended and perceived outcomes associated to the request of this waiver. So the problem, when students drop out of school, this is a significant impact. While it's very small in Lexington One, every single kid matters. And we truly believe that the ripple effect that happens when students do not complete a high school graduation is seen throughout our community, both with their parents, both in the economy, and with their individual selves. Working with those individual students is a very difficult task. We have incredible leaders in our middle school and high schools, school counselors, school social workers, who work very diligently to work with each individual child. Even during those very critical moments, we still have a few students that do not cross that stage on time, and those are the ones that this unique partnership would target, and it's the meaning behind the request for the waiver. The Graduation Alliance would be a partner with Lexington One to help re-engage our former students. This is a sustainable, cost-neutral funding option. It would assist in raising the entire district's graduation rate while also seeing the graduation rates at every high school elevate. I would show you there in this slide that in 2020, which is the most recent published graduation rate, our 2021 graduation rate will be published very soon, was 90.7%. Now, this is something to celebrate. The 90.7% indicates that the graduates in 2020 on time graduated exceptionally, but there are still 9.3% of our students that did not graduate on time, and those are the ones that we're targeting with this partnership. So to give you a little bit more background about the partnership with the Graduation Alliance, it's wraparound services 360 degrees for our kids. Provides 24/7 access to tutors, access to academic support through certified teachers. The curriculum is rigorous, asynchronous, and online. Many courses that the students would need to complete that graduation experience, all of those will be included in this curriculum. There are also opportunities to connect both for social and emotional engagement through the Graduation Alliance partners. There are numbers of staff members with the partnership that would wrap their services around our students that were disengaged to bring them back into our community, connect them with an educational service, which will allow them an opportunity to graduate on time. I think it's very important when considering this opportunity to know that the Graduation Alliance is an accredited institution nationally through Cognia. Very important as we consider this option. It's cost neutral. The way the funding source operates for this particular partnership is it ignites the indication for students both captured in the 45th or the 135th day of school. The relationship triggers when a student is identified, they've come back into the system, they've engaged with the partnership, and they are succeeding. The Graduation Alliance actually assumes all the upfront cost here. And the only cost to the district then would be connected and commensurate with that funding that would be provided the district for their per pupil expenditure. So it's cost neutral. And the Graduation Alliance also provides technology for our students. So there's actually no digital footprint, no digital responsibility for the district in providing access to this online instruction. Very unique partnership opportunity with it being cost neutral. So why is a waiver necessary? The current seat time requirement requires a minimum of 120 hours to accumulate a high school credit. The Graduation Alliance is using sophisticated resources to design curriculum that allows for proficiency-based, standards-based approach and proficiency ratings, which means students could progress quickly through the curriculum and through the experiences. So the request for the waiver tonight, as we hope you would consider, allows Lexington One to partner with Graduation Alliance to allow those seat time regulations to not prohibit that student from progressing on time. For students that have gotten to the point, sometimes their reason for dropping out is both unfortunate and unforeseeable. It was something that they had to do to support them. So we want to give them this opportunity through this waiver to be able to graduate on time. And the waiver opportunity would allow them to progress through the curriculum at a rate that was both supported them as a learner and supported the timeliness to complete. We believe this to be a win-win for Lexington One. Our system commitment states all students, regardless of circumstances, advance on time, prepared to graduate, ready to enter college, the military, and industry with certification. Key word for me in this statement is all. And when we partner and have this opportunity, consider this opportunity with the Graduation Alliance, it's a strategic way to ensure the success for students. So at the pleasure of the board, we would hope you would consider this waiver request with the state board for the seat time requirement and engaging with this partnership with Graduation Alliance to provide this access for our students. I would now pause to see if you had any questions or I could further develop any of the points from this presentation.
So the budget neutrals because the base student costs that were allocated is transitioned to Graduate Alliance, or Graduate Alliance bills the state for that base student cost? Is that
That's a great question. The Graduation Alliance would bill the district monthly only the amount of cost that was received from the state and only when the student has shown success through the experience. So when the student re-engages with the district, the funding source gets ignited in the 45th or the 135th day, and then they're only billing monthly based on the number of students that have been selected and identified and showing success through the program.
Because we lose that base student cost because they're not in a seat on those days, but now through this program, they're getting educated, so therefore the state will pay us? Is that the mechanism? And
yes,
then
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Great. That was one of my questions, Brent. So these, I know last week we had the adult education graduation, so that was really neat to go to that. Anne Marie and I went. So would this target some of those students who would end up going through adult ed?
So that's a great question.
Okay.
So adult education in Lexington One is thriving.
Right.
And they're an incredible partner with our community. I too got a chance to participate with the graduation just last week. Dr. Little and other members of our senior leadership team were there. Individuals that choose adult education really come from two different groups. So there's an adult learner who at some point in their circumstance has dropped out of high school and is now seeking to either accumulate a GED or a high school diploma. They are above the age of the normal graduation experience. So that's a population of the individuals that choose adult education. There are also students that get all the way to the finish line at one of our district high schools, maybe need 1 credit or 2 credits, and they just didn't finish right at the end. And our adult education partner through Mr. Barano's leadership and the team there provide access for that curriculum in the months of June and July, and that student can graduate and still be counted at on-time graduation. These individuals are students who are still within that high school 9GR cohort of students. So they are actually an individual who's likely still under the age of 18 who could still graduate on time, and we would target them. And this group, the Graduation Alliance, would go out and really seek to find them and develop that partnership to draw them back in. So it's really actually a different group of students. The target for adult education would be an individual who may have already accumulated at least 17 credits. Here, this could be an individual who actually has less than that. We could start an individual as early as the 7th or 8th grade or 9th grade and begin that partnership with them. They have the wraparound services to provide that type of connection to bring them back. Ultimately, we'd love to see the individual come back to Lexington One schools where we could provide them face-to-face instruction and wrap them with our community of learners. But the groups that this would be targeting with the Graduation Alliance would only be those individuals that are approaching that graduation age under the age of 18.
But over the long haul, possibly, as long as non-high school graduates from outside our county don't move in the county. So probably long haul.
So they could still graduate at their high school? Or-
Yes.
Okay.
The intent would be that that's what happens. So Graduation Alliance is providing them a means to graduate at a time that was not prohibited by the seat time requirement.
And they're still housed at their high school, their home school?
So that's a very good question. These learners would be online learners, so they would be connected through the Lexington One partnership. They're not tied to the brick and mortar, but they could still, they certainly likely may still reside in Lexington One.
Sure. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, obviously, I think life circumstances have probably prohibited them from coming to a brick and mortar school. And so the ability to do some things online, maybe in the convenience of their home, at their job, or whatever, you know, by whatever means necessary. But they're not tied to a seat in their home school to complete this curriculum.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And forgive my lack of understanding of this. When we calculate on-time, our on-time percentage of 90.7%, that does not include students who have reclassed and maybe are graduating early, correct?
No, if they graduate early, we count them in the 90.7.
You count them within the 90.7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about ones where they may have been held back at a young age, you know, maybe repeat kindergarten, you know, those kind of things? Are they factored within the 90.7?
That's a great question. When a student enters the 9th grade, they are identified into a cohort.
Okay.
That ignites their 4-year progression on time. So what happens prior to that doesn't affect the amount of time that the state expects us to accelerate them through the 24 credits plus additional credits to graduate from South Carolina High School. So whether they were delayed in learning or there was any retention that happened K-8, the 9th grade cohort then defines that 4-year progression timeline.
Okay. And so the 9.3, they may advance 1 year forward. Would that be correct? I mean, so if they say they had to repeat 9th grade or had to repeat 10th grade, they could still finish, they're just not considered an on-time finisher.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that 90.7 is the 4-year on-time graduation rate for Lexington One.
Okay. If we had a rough idea of just true dropouts, do we have an idea of that percentage?
So Lexington One's percentage rate is 0.6. Okay. So if you calculate that in total, it district-wide could be a little over 100 district-wide between our 5 high schools.
Do we have something already in place where we go out and try to find these students that we've lost and bring them back? I mean, is there something already that we do for that?
That's the heart and soul of our schools. Our leadership teams, our school counselors, our school social workers, our school staff, we do, and to get to 90.7, a lot of that legwork, significant time and energy has been invested. Phone calls, home visits, time away to bring kids and their families back. Lexington One, I would offer to you, is doing an incredible job here. What we don't, where we want to continue to gain ground is when all of our efforts that we've exhausted in Lexington One are not meeting the needs of this individual student. And some unforeseen life circumstance that's been put in front of them has created a circumstance to drop out. And so this opportunity would give us a chance to put one additional layer on top of the incredible layers that are already there to support all students to succeed.
Last question, well, that I have. What does this put any demand staffing-wise on Lexington One, or would you be the point person? And
that's a great question. When we met with the Graduation Alliance team, we asked that specific question. Okay, so who's responsible for getting you the individual names of the people who are dropout, and then who manages that? So there would be some time invested to gather those names, but we would already know those. That's a report that can easily run in PowerSchool. Any transmission of data, of course, would be protected. There would be rules within the contract about the way in which they received that information and what they did with it. And that information would also provide them contact information, phone numbers, previous addresses, where they have staff members with the Graduation Alliance that would go out and begin hunting these individuals down. And it would be their intent to find them. So the legwork on our side would be that transmission of information. Again, we're not talking about that many students in Lexington One, so we don't foresee that work being more than what the gain would be if they are identified and brought back into the educational system.
And this group, this Graduation Alliance, it wasn't like just like a telemarketing solicitation. They were like referred to us by the State Department. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, the Graduation Alliance is a national company organized and working with districts all over the country, as big as Los Angeles. And so they reached out and had a connection with South Carolina State Department of Education in asking for a potential partner in South Carolina. We would be the first school district in South Carolina to seek this waiver on behalf of this partnership, which I think really says a lot about not only our leadership, but our abilities to execute. And so they reached back out to us, having then gathered that feedback and information from State Department leaders, and our district team was able to meet with them in person to provide and ask questions, and we had follow-up conversations electronically before we put this in motion.
All right. Board, any other questions for Dr. Clamp? Anyone? All right. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve a waiver for seat time compliance for graduation preparation. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right, moving on. Do I hear a motion that the board adopt the resolution on granting emergency paid leave for COVID-19 related absences?
Madam Chair, I move that in light of the expiration on December 31st, 2020 of the Employee Paid Sick Leave Act of the Families First Coronavirus Act and the sunset on June 30th, 2021 of the district's subsequent policy to extend the emergency paid sick leave, the district will, at its expense, grant eligible employees a COVID-related absence designation for up to 12 days as implemented by district protocol at no cost to its employee, beginning retroactively on July 1st, 2021, and until such time as the leave entitlement is extended by the federal government or June 30th, 2022, whichever occurs first. I also move that the district will grant eligible employees paid leave if they are unable to work in person due to isolation, quarantine, or illness based on an established exposure to COVID-19 while at work for the district, as determined by district protocol, with this leave to be granted as needed separately for each confirmed work-related exposure.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. I believe Ms. Price is going to explain this motion to us.
Sure, would love to. As you know, last year, as Ms. Henson explained, we had the opportunity to have our federally funded COVID leave until December, and the board was gracious enough to grant that extension until June for our employees last year, where that resolution did sunset. So all of our employees at this point who have had to be out due to testing positive for COVID, quarantine, whatever the case may be, right now those employees will have been taking annual leave. And so what we would like to do is revisit that and offer the opportunity to once again provide that COVID leave for our employees and also be retroactive back to that July 1st date for those who have already had to use their annual leave as well.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Price on this recommendation?
Makes sense. We don't want them to come to school sick.
That's right.
All right. Board, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion to adopt the resolution supporting and encouraging respect and collaboration in the Lexington District One family?
Madam Chair, I move that the board adopt the board resolution supporting and encouraging respect and collaboration in the Lexington District 1 family. And I'd like to read it out, if I may, for the minutes.
Please do.
So this is a resolution that the board's considering after feedback from many in our community, as well as a lot of people in this room. And it reads as follows. Lexington County School District 1 Board Resolution supporting and encouraging respect and collaboration in the Lexington District 1 family. We, the undersigned members of Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees, pass the following resolution to our students, parents, staff, community, and ourselves. Whereas the novel coronavirus has caused significant interruption in traditional instruction models, requiring significant and often unexpected and immediate adjustments by our students and faculty, And whereas the COVID-19 virus has caused significant interruption in extracurricular activities requiring significant and often unexpected and immediate adjustments by our students and coaches leaders, and whereas the COVID-19 virus has caused significant emotional and physical stress and harm to our students, families, faculty, staff, and leadership teams, and whereas the COVID-19 virus has led to conflict within our families, our schools, our district, and our community, and whereas the Lexington District One continues to offer a state-of-the-art, world-class education that attracts both students and educators to the area, and whereas this strong educational offering of Lexington District One results in residential and business growth in its attendance area. Therefore, be it resolved that we, as undersigned members of the Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees, shall focus on governance and not management of Lexington District One operations, acting as an advocate and ambassador for the district. Respect the office of the superintendent and defer day-to-day operations to the office of the superintendent and senior leadership team. And thirdly, hold each other accountable when and if we do not conduct ourselves accordingly. And be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of the Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees, ask our staff to continue to focus on closing any instructional gaps caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and focus on the emotional well-being of our students. And be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of the Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees, ask our parents and caregivers to communicate to our teachers, coaches, and staff any academic and/or emotional needs of their children. And secondly, be patient with their teachers as they continue to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic and associated adjustments. And be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of the Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees, ask our community to, one, communicate with Lexington District One teachers, staff, and administration their appreciation for their daily work, and two, offer grace to school and district administrators as they navigate an ever-changing landscape. And finally, be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of the Lexington County District One Board of Trustees, remind our students, our parents, our staff, our communities, and ourselves that we are one family. We are one family and community, working together to educate our future leaders, essential workers, business owners, craftsmen, teachers and coaches, law enforcement, and emergency workers, as well as military personnel.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Dr. Powers, would you like to just provide a little background on this?
Yeah, so anytime there's uncertainty and change, it's easy to be critical. Where true leadership, I think, evolves is when you work through difficult decisions and problems to come up with the best answer. And so our community has really been torn apart by the COVID pandemic. There's been a lot of discussion in this room and other forums about what we should and should not do. But resoundingly, what I hear when I visit and interact with the community members is they are very pleased with how we've handled this pandemic. And so I think the narrative needs to be reset. I know many of us as board members have gotten feedback in that area. And I, for one, as a board member, want to continue to focus on all the things that are good in Lexington One. Just like any family, you have issues and problems with a family, and you work through that. But this board, this seat here is the superintendent and that leadership team and those principals and teachers, we need to give them the respect that they've earned. When we don't do that, we undermine their roles and this district. And so we as a board are going to stand up for that.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Would anyone else like to speak to the resolution?
Yeah, I just have a question. Is there anyone up here that didn't have an opportunity to give input before this went on the agenda? So everyone had a chance to give their feedback on this. Well, I find it ironic that a resolution encouraging collaboration included everyone except myself. Had I been asked to provide feedback, I would have suggested a few things. So Dr. Guyton, if you'll pass those down, everybody can have a copy. So the General Assembly defines a resolution as an expression that affects the action of the body and its members. This resolution includes a call to action from the community, caregivers, students, parents, and staff, but not once does it mention what this board will do for them. We are not ambassadors of Lexington One. It is not our job to advocate for the district. It is our job to advocate for students and champion the mission of public education. Teachers have the PSTA, SCEA, SC for Ed. School boards have the School Boards Association. Superintendents have the Association of School Administrators. Support staff members can also join the SCEA. But the students, they have us. They are depending on us to provide the resources, to fill the gaps, and ensure that those resources are distributed equitably. Provide them with safe schools, ensure that we are meeting the needs of the teachers so that those teachers can in turn focus on their students' well-being. Those same students, along with the community members, caregivers, parents, teachers, and staff mentioned here, are depending on us to give them a seat at the table, listen when they speak, provide a safe, inviting place for them to voice their concerns. In addition, nowhere in this resolution is there a call to action from our superintendent. It does, however, outline what we will do for him. We don't work for the superintendent. He works for us. And based on the terms of his contract, he has the right to attend board meetings and provide recommendations on each agenda item. So if you would just take a look at the proposed changes that I've passed out. It just includes, whereas therefore be it resolved that what we will do as the Board of Trustees, focus on governance and respect the superintendent. I'm asking the same of him. Be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees, ask the superintendent to focus on management, not governance, of Lexington District One operations, acting as chief executive officer for the board. 2, respect the Board of Trustees and make decisions in line with board policy. 3, deal with the board as a whole rather than as individual members and be held accountable when and if he does not conduct himself accordingly. And up in the first paragraph, as part of the first bullet point, where it says focus on governance and not management of Lexington District 1 operations, acting as an advocate. Instead of for the district, we need to put for the students in public education. Nowhere, and I've went through state law, school board association manuals, our policies, nowhere can I find that school boards act as advocates for their school district, because that's not the job of school boards. Further down, be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of Lexington District 1, instead of asking our staff to do things, I've put in there in front of that pledge to provide the needed resources so that staff can continue to focus on closing any instructional gaps. A couple paragraphs further down, where it says we ask our community to, in front of that I have added pledge to be active in our schools and show, instead of communicate with, show our teachers, staff, and administration our appreciation for their daily work. And the last paragraph.
Ms. Garris, does showing administration your appreciation for their daily work apply to you as a board member as well? Because we just included in the minutes a document that you submitted that does not show appreciation to our administration.
And how is that?
I'm just curious as to, I think actually some of your suggestions here are very good. The paragraph about the superintendent, I think that is in his contract and in our policies, and this resolution is probably not the place for that. I do have some concerns with some of the language that you've added here. Are you making a motion to amend the resolution?
I am, but I'd like to know how you said I included a document that does not show appreciation for our staff. What would that be?
An email that was included in the minutes from our last meeting at your request. The tone of that email is not consistent with some of the language that you've added here. Additionally, I would like to add that I think the intent in this resolution of the board being an ambassadors for the district is that, as we all know, when the board votes on something, we then speak as one on the board's decision. And that means that we go out in the community and we represent what the board's decision is, not what our individual feelings about what the board's decision was. And so as an ambassador, I feel like it's our responsibility to, Lexington One is a great school district. And I will be happy to talk to anybody all day, every day about how great Lexington One is. I talked to board chairs from 4 other school districts yesterday, and they're like, well, Lexington One, y'all really don't have this situation because y'all do this so well or you do that so well. And so I feel like that is our role as school board members being ambassadors. I agree that we are supposed to advocate for students, but I also think that we are elected leaders are forward facing, which means we are leaders for this district, and we are representing at all times this district. And to me, that's a burden and a responsibility to be not Pollyannas, but to really represent all the good that our district does all day, every day, all the good that our administration does every day, to respect the work that they do, and to acknowledge that sometimes we don't agree with how they did something, but they have very good reasons for doing what they did. And so I do struggle with some of these changes. And so I don't know if you want to, Dr. Powers, I mean, we can.
I think process-wise, she needs to make a motion to consider changes, and then the board has to make a decision on that. And then if it's supported, then we'll have to go through each change and discuss it with the motion.
Ms. Garris, what is your pleasure?
Well, first of all, before we do that, I'd still like for you to expand upon, since this is going to be part of the public record, the tone of my email and how that does not show appreciation for our staff. What exactly in there are you talking about?
And we can, I can share that with you at another time. I think you know the email that I'm speaking of.
I know, I asked for it to be included in the minutes, but I don't believe that there is any tone in there. The problem with this board is that the truth, y'all just don't want to hear it. I mean, the tone of the email wasn't harsh, critical, unappreciative at all. It was simply saying that it is our job to hold the superintendent accountable, which is, and I can't believe, I mean, I wish I'd gotten the first copy of this where it actually said that we are going to act as an advocate and ambassador for the superintendent before someone changed that. I mean, that tells you how out of touch with their role that this board is. They don't even understand what it is they're supposed to be doing.
But I mean, as a, I think any employer, okay. Because this would have been a really good time for a fire drill. Now, I mean, I think as any employer is an advocate for their employees at all times. I mean, when you discipline an employee or you have trouble with their performance, you do that in a one-on-one setting, not in the public. And I think that as board members, yes, the superintendent is our one employee, but I think it's our responsibility to. Because our job is to support and provide the tools that the superintendent needs to do their job. And then I think our role is to support the work that they do, because that benefits our district.
Okay, but there comes a time we have to hold someone accountable. And that's when we have in here that we are going to hold each other accountable, but nowhere does it say that we're going to hold the superintendent accountable.
But we do that through his annual review.
But we don't. It doesn't happen that way, because he does his own evaluation. So, and the way you mentioned here, where you said we don't need to put these things in here because, this is part of his evaluation or whatever. Well, the things listed here are part of policy, where it says hold each other accountable when we do not conduct ourselves accordingly. How do we do that? Do we censure a member? Do we email each other and say you're not behaving? Or do we just let the madness continue? I'd like some clarification on some of this before I vote to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there... Ms. Garris, did you want to make a motion for this, or are we just going to proceed with the motion that we have?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I make a motion to amend the resolution as presented by Jada.
Is there a second?
So, just for clarification, I do think the spirit of this is great, and I think it's a good start. Out of respect to one of our board members who didn't have the opportunity to contribute like the rest of us did, I'll second.
All right. Okay, so do we want to, all right, we have a motion to amend, are we going, do you want to submit this?
So the motion isn't to like amend and accept all these changes, it's to us talk, right?
No. The motion, we've already made a motion to consider the resolution. Ms. Garris has now made a motion to amend it. I think you're seconding
amending it to these exact
to consider
changes?
consider amendment.
Consider
an amendment. to the current resolution.
And when you second it, it opens it up for discussion.
Opens it up for discussion.
Right, and then
Okay.
the vote happens.
But I think we've had the discussion, so, about considering an amendment to the resolution. So I think you're seconding the motion to amend, to amend the
Open
resolution.
it up for discussion.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. A motion has been made to open discussion on the proposed amendment.
To amend the proposed amendment, I think is Ms. Garris's motion that Ms. Henson seconded.
I don't know what exactly we need to say. All I'm trying to say is I would love for us to have the opportunity to talk through her suggestions, since this is, I guess, her opportunity to provide feedback.
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I'd like to make a motion that we table this until the next meeting.
I think we already have a motion on the table, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Garris, would you consider withdrawing your motion to amend, and let's table the resolution until September? Can we do that instead?
Yes, I
Are
withdraw
you-
my motion to amend.
Ms. Henson, are you okay with that?
Yes, that's fine. I do think the timing of this at the beginning of a school year would be a nice thing, but that's fine.
Dr. Guyton, do you have thoughts?
Dr. Powers, thank you for the resolution here. You know, eventually, we do have to define ourselves as a board. I'll be honest, here lately, I've had a very difficult time understanding what my place is as a board member. I'm told what to do by the governor. In some counties, they're told what to do by the city. In some towns, they're told by what to do by the county. And what you're finding is you're finding local leadership. So if a parent has a concern about their child being bullied at school, or they have a concern about the parking lot or a parking situation, they don't pick up the phone and call Henry McMaster. They don't pick up the phone and typically call one of their legislators. They pick up the phone and call their locally elected board official to help navigate those waters. We're the first point of contact for them, and sometimes the only point of contact. And I'll be honest, what we're seeing play out both locally, across the state, across the nation, it kind of feels like a war on school boards. So eventually, we have to define ourselves as a school board. This is a new board. I think this is a great conversation starter, Dr. Powers. I thank you for it. I think we have to begin the conversation as to where do we find ourselves as a school board. What are the things that we value? We know what they are on the wall back there. But on a day-to-day living a life perspective, what does that look like? And so I think there is more conversation that occurs. And I think this honestly falls in line with the new business as we look at policy BBAA-R. I think the timing of your resolution in conjunction with our first reading of an additional policy could not come at a better time, especially in the state in which we find ourselves. If it's the will of the board to table this for additional discussion, feedback that can be given to Dr. Powers for his consideration. In my opinion, he is the author of this, and so therefore, if he's going to make changes to that recommendation, then he should be the author of that, and we should pass and communicate that along to him.
So what does that look like? So does that mean we table it and then throughout the next month we email ideas? Or do we put it as an agenda item and we talk about it next time?
I think from a process perspective, if the vote were to table, then it would table to the next board meeting. During that time, changes could be offered up to Dr. Powers. He would then provide back any revisions, if any, and then we would vote on it, vote it up or vote it down at the next board meeting. But I think the spirit has to be taken into consideration. The spirit of defining ourselves as a board and to significantly appreciate the worst 18 months we have been through and probably the next 2 or 3 months of difficult times ahead.
Well, and I think, Dr. Guyton, I think that is a wise word, because I do think that the spirit and intent of this resolution is to a little bit of a reset, as Dr. Powers said, a unity builder. You know, we're all, you know, I could say we've never done this before, but we've been doing this for 18 months now. But the pandemic has really, you know, every day is another challenge and another new thing. I mean, you know, we thought we were going to be starting this school year, you know, free and easy, and it's actually crazier than it's been for an entire 18 months. And we're all in this together. And you know, and Ms. Garris, I apologize that you didn't see this in advance.
But everyone else had the opportunity to see it and provide feedback before it came out in the board packet.
And I apologize for that.
So who, I mean, did you send that out to everyone? Is that how that worked? No, Dr. Powers did. Okay, so is there a reason that you didn't send it to me?
I received feedback from board members that I'm in dialogue with.
Okay.
And I like the idea of starting the year with this message of unity. I mean, I don't want to make this a protracted thing, but if we could, maybe this is a good exercise in team building for our board right now at this minute to work through this and make it something that we can pass tonight. I mean, but I think that's going to take all of us giving a little bit on our own little piece of turf, and maybe making this something that is important for our district and for our staff and our community to hear us as one voice. I don't think they often hear us in one voice. Board, are you okay with spending about 5 minutes working through this so that we can make this,
Yes.
do this tonight?
Yes. I got all night.
What?
Yep.
Okay,
Came prepared.
so,
Yes, I think we should go ahead.
okay, so we have a motion on the table to consider these amendments.
Correct.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Everybody raise your hand that you. To consider
about
these
it.
as amendments.
And not table it.
I don't want to vote. All right, the motion carries. All right, so, and we're gonna do this quickly, all right, and respectfully and kindly. Okay, so I think that the first part is fine, and we're going to get down to the statement about advocate and ambassador. I would like to suggest that we make it as an advocate for students in public education and ambassador for our district. Can we split the difference on that? Ms. Garris, are you
Yes.
okay with that?
Yes.
All right. Advocate for our students and ambassador for district, okay? In the large red paragraph, I really do feel like these points are in our policy and in the Dr. Little's contract. And this, I don't feel like this is the place for that.
But I don't feel like this is the place for the whole first paragraph then, because that is part of our policy as well. That's what I'm saying, like, you can't put things on the board that are a policy and then say, but we're not gonna expect the same of the superintendent because it's part of his contract and part of policy. Like, we are required to follow policy, but he's not. And all of these things came straight out of board policy. So the focus on management is policy BDD. Respect the Board of Trustees is, let me actually pull those notes and I'll tell you exactly where they came from. Okay, so the focus on management, I took that out of the first line of Brent's resolution and just copied it down here. So that's a quote. In acting as chief executive officer of the board, that is part of his contract, word for word, verbatim. Respect the Board of Trustees. Those words came from Brent's resolution. Make decisions in line with board policy is policy BDD. Deal with the board as a whole rather than as individual members. That is word for word out of policy BDD. be held accountable when and if he does not conduct himself accordingly. That is part of Brent's resolution, and it's just
Okay.
changed from.
Okay, Ms. Henson, do you have any suggestions for this section?
I have difficulty with the paragraph in red. And the difficulty being that we have a contractual relationship that exists with Dr. Little. And therefore, I think anything that calls into question to the potential for any form of interpretation, I would be very wary about. And therefore, any resolution we pass as a collective board that may have employment implications, I do have trouble with that. I think that sets us up for just difficult times ahead. And so I would not be in favor of the paragraph in red, particularly and to your point, Ms. Garris, you know, particularly in the point when we do have board policies that exist and those kind of things. And I agree with Ms. Green that this needs to be a forward-looking document. And so I would not be in favor of the paragraph in red.
All right. Can we strike the paragraph in red?
If that moves us forward. I'm okay if that moves us forward. I understand what Dr. Guyton is saying about it being a contractual relationship, although I disagree because I've actually included part of his contract in there. You know where it says he acts as chief executive officer of the board, right? But I understand what Dr. Guyton is saying.
I think that's a valid concern.
Sometimes when you restate and restate and restate it, it opens yourself up for difficulties.
Yeah. I do, Ms. Garris, I like the way you changed the next paragraph, the pledge to provide the needed resources so that the staff can continue. I think that's an appropriate. Does anyone else have?
Because it's us as the board saying what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
As that.
Right, that's how I felt working on this whole thing is instead of us asking something of others, we need to say what we're going to do for them. That's kind of the whole theme behind all of this.
Okay, so we'll leave that change.
The blue.
The blue. Okay.
Yes, I brought you a copy. There you go.
Okay, and then,
Well, let me ask you, Dr. Powers, do you have any difficulty with the remainder in blue?
The issue with pledge to provide the needed resources, again, we've got to go through a budget reconciliation. So again, needed resources can be difficult. And I think we do that through our annual budget process. Because quite frankly, we don't have enough resources to meet all the asked needs. We just talked about how the bond referendum, we had to slim down because, again, the millage would be too high. So I think that puts the board at risk because we can't meet all the, I mean, our goal is to meet resources, and we do that every year through a budget process, but we can't pledge to meet all the resources. I would not adopt the blue.
What if we were to eliminate the, and you were to say needed resources? Because that, obviously that's our desire. Our desire is always to provide all the resources we can to the family of Lexington One. And so the makes it sound as if it's very terminal and all-encompassing. And so if we were to eliminate pledge to provide needed resources so that staff can continue.
Yeah, the intent of that was a call to arms for our staff to essentially close all instructional gaps and meet the emotional well-being. It wasn't to put the board
right
to articulate the board already does, which is allocate resources
with those subpoints, focusing on
That's
closing
fine.
the institutional instructional gaps and emotional well-being.
I mean, that's why we got COVID money and Esser money as well, so that we could close instructional gaps. So we have millions of dollars. So we actually have the needed resources to closing instructional
but I
gaps.
think this point in the resolution is not about resources. It's about focusing on student needs.
Right.
And each bucket is asking the different team members. So we started with the board, so we always hold ourselves accountable. Then we're asking our staff, and then our parents, and then our community. We're asking for accountability at all those different levels.
So what if we say,
And the staff includes
we-
the superintendent, for the record, sorry.
yeah, so what if we say, Board of Trustees, ask our staff to continue to focus on closing, because that's saying we have the confidence that you're doing this,
Yeah,
but
that's better.
continue, so we're taking part of both of yours.
I think that's ask our staff to continue.
To continue to focus on closing any instructional gaps
I like
caused by
that.
COVID.
But I really like that we say we're going to provide them the resources, because we do that by setting budget priorities, and we have millions and millions and millions in COVID money. So for us to not pledge to provide those resources to them so that they can close instructional gaps.
Right, I think
When
what
we
he was
accepted
saying
the
is
money,
that
we
we
pledged
do.
that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I interrupt you.
I think what he was saying was that we do already do that through the budget process.
Right, so we've pledged that money.
Right, so.
And we're going to provide those resources.
That's done, and so
Right.
what this is saying is, through this resolution, we are asking our staff to continue to.
Well, and we just had a prime example with what Dr. Clamp just presented, a prime example of the fact that we lose 100 students a year to a dropout. That should be a frightening statistic to us. But it did not cost us any more money to close that instructional gap, and at least as proposed. So, yeah, I mean, I think your point, Ms. Henson, is well taken with the revisions you offered up.
Yeah. So that would statement would be it further resolved that we, as undersigned members of the Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees, ask our staff to continue to focus on those 2 bullet points. Because I take Dr. Power's point that this is the call to action for staff, and really their role in this is to fulfill the mission that we have, which is to close the achievement gap.
And the same with the next bullet down. Again, this is a call to our community to essentially celebrate the work that's happening in this district. It's not another pledge for us as a school board. We're already active in our schools.
So, to pull from all of it, could we say something like, Board of Trustees, ask our community to be active in our schools by communicating with Lexington, and then following with Dr. Power's bullets? So really, we're just taking the word pledge out and moving the blue part to the end.
Yeah, so ask
So
our
we're
community to be active in our
taking both of
schools
your-
by.
Right. Board of Trustees, ask our community to be active in our schools by communicating with Lexington District One teachers, et cetera,
It's
et
a call to
cetera.
the community. Again, that's the point of that, is to ask our community to rally around our schools.
So it's using all of the words, but just.
Well, I think the intent by Ms. Garris, or Jada, excuse me, was to hold the board accountable to pledge to be active in our schools, which we already do.
Well, we're part of the community.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a community member, you're a community member. So we, along with our community, will be active in schools by communicating with.
Yeah.
Final
Yay.
paragraph? Any difficulties?
Which paragraph? The last one?
So,
I always like servant leadership. I think that is a good term. Yeah, again, you know, we can certainly have a conversation about it, but you know, I think it is a good term to use with regard to the board.
In the last paragraph?
Yes.
The term pledge to?
I don't like pledge to there, because the intent of this sentence is that all of us together are one family, and all of us are going to partner together with this. It's not the board forging ahead. We can only do this with everybody doing it together. I think that's what Dr. Power's intent was in that statement.
But the first line that says, "We, the undersigned members of the Board of Trustees, pass the following resolutions to our students, parents, staff, community, and ourselves. So we are saying this is the action we're taking. This is what we are going to do.
No, because a resolution is not an action document. It's more of a, it's a softer, more of a, it's a statement of support and encouragement. Resolutions are not,
Right, it's an expression that affects the action of the body, right? I mean, that's how.
Well, but legislative resolutions are different than like this sort of this is not a legal, this is not, we're not enacting a policy. We're voicing our support for our community and encouraging our community to get in this boat with us, because we'll get across quicker if we're all rowing together. And I think that that's the intent of this document. So,
So I would leave the last paragraph unchanged.
I mean, I like that we will model servant leadership by being active in our community.
That's fine. But
yeah.
But we did put the being active in the section above. So that would be repeating being active.
That's true. And how about we will model servant leadership? Just leave it at that.
One of them is be active in our schools. I think that paragraph for the end. Yeah, our schools, and the last one says be active in our community.
But I think, I mean, we're all active in our community. We all do that already. But I'm fine with that statement.
So we have a completed document?
What is the? Yes.
While you're looking for whatever you're looking for, do you want me to start reading that to them?
Can we suspend the vote and allow them to print
Yes.
the document and then come back at the very end?
That's the fastest one.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Do we want to?
Yeah, I'll motion to suspend.
Well, I think Tracy's asking just to clarify the changes.
Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Halliday. I don't think your microphone is on.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not close enough. The paragraph, be it resolved as undersigned members of the Board of Trustees shall focus on government, not management. Did we change that paragraph?
Yes, it's going to be focus on governance and not management of the Lexington District One operations, acting as an advocate for students in public education and an ambassador for the district.
Okay, all right. The red paragraph comes out.
Yes.
Okay, and then the Board of Trustees, I think we're leaving that.
Well, it's going to change a smidge. It'll be County School District One Board of Trustees ask our staff to continue to.
Okay, we got that. Next paragraph is the same. And then the next paragraph would say, ask our community to be active in our schools.
Yes, by.
And then those two bullets will change to communicating and offering.
Okay, all right. And I think the last paragraph, we decided it was just going to stay the same as the original.
It's going to take out pledge 2, but then leave the other blue additions.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Remind our students. Yeah.
Okay. And then the last bullet, we will partner with, and keep that as that is.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Garris, are those the changes that you had also
Yes, they are.
That's consistent with what you have?
Yes.
Dr. Guyton, Dr. Powers, is that what you had? Okay. All right, so are we we're gonna suspend the vote and then?
Well, actually, I would, since we've already have full
Reviewed it?
clarity, I'll withdraw
Okay,
the
all right.
motion so that we can vote.
Okay, so did everybody follow along with that? All right, so I guess, do we need,
You have a motion and a second, and now you have a motion. and a
She withdrew
second
her
to amend.
motion.
she withdrew her motion.
Okay.
So do we need a motion for the new document? Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I move that we make the adapted changes that we just discussed by Ms. Holliday and as the new resolution moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Board, we have a motion to approve the resolution as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us through that little workshop. All right. Do I hear a motion that the board adopt the superintendent evaluation instrument and superintendent evaluation process as presented for use beginning with the 2021-2022 school year and authorize Alan Smith to modify the superintendent's contract accordingly?
Madam Chair, I move that the board adopt the superintendent evaluation instrument and the superintendent evaluation process as presented for use beginning with the 21-22 school year and authorize Alan Smith to modify the superintendent's contract accordingly.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. And this is, I'm on this one. This, as you know, we had a conversation about the new superintendent evaluation instrument last month. Mr. Smith from Halligan, Mahoney, and Williams was here to talk about it. And what we're doing is we're going to more quantitative evaluation instrument. And there was a process that accompanied that. It kind of walked through the steps that we would follow. One change was made to the process document. And Ms. Henson caught that the sample letter that was part of the process document said something about all the board members have served for at least 1 year, and that would not necessarily always work with how our elections and our evaluation calendar fall. So that was just stricken, that one statement about board members have served for 1 year. Other than that, it's the same that we considered back in July. And as a reminder, what we need to do is approve this instrument and process, and it will be incorporated because the superintendent's evaluation is baked into his contract, and so which will be renewed in October at his evaluation. And so Mr. Smith, our employment attorney, needs to modify the contract so that when it's adopted in October, it includes this new evaluation. So this is not the evaluation process and instrument that we will use for Dr. Little's upcoming evaluation. This will take effect at our October meeting for this current school year. So, does anybody have any questions?
I do have one, I'm sorry. On page 2, under step 4, executive session, it says performance standards that garner a composite score lower than 3 will be discussed during executive session. Each board member will state their rating and rationale for that rating. The board will decide together the rating for the performance standard. Did the attorney have any opinion as to regarding reaching consensus during executive session? I just want to make sure that doesn't open us up for any sort of questions there.
No, and that's actually typically how the evaluation has been done, and most boards do all of their ratings in executive session, and because it's an employment matter,
It's protected
fine.
under that.
It's fine.
Okay, I just wanted clarity.
Yeah, he didn't have
Okay.
any concerns with that at all.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about motion. And this is just to be on the safe side. I don't know, instead of Alan Smith, if we may want to put the name of his firm there?
We could do that.
Okay.
I don't have any objections to that. I don't know the parliamentary, do we amend the motion?
Yes, so I make a motion to amend the motion to read that I move that the board adopt the superintendent evaluation instrument and superintendent evaluation process as presented for use beginning in the 21-22 school year and authorize, is it Halligan, Mahoney, and Williams?
Yes, that's correct.
To modify the superintendent's contract accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garris. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. All in favor of amending the motion?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right, and the motion carries. And so now we will consider the motion. All in favor of adopting the superintendent evaluation instrument, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on to superintendent's report, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Little. Are you still awake over here?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. First interview today was at 6 a.m., but we're okay. So I do want to say, Mr. Cooper, as we've adopted the new calendar, we are going to change the first day next year not to fall on the board meeting day. How about that? We'll adjust the calendar if the board doesn't mind. I would certainly appreciate that. We really did have a great first day today. I visited 10 schools, certainly got my steps in. I think tomorrow I'm going to have to wear tennis shoes, though. The dress shoes don't really jihad with our concrete flooring and the tile flooring over school after school after school. But very excited. Those 10 schools that I visited today, mainly in the Gilbert and the Lexington attendance areas, really smooth openings overall. I think the entrance way I was able to be at Pleasant Hill Middle School, I think one of the perks of being a superintendent who has a child who's starting middle school is I did get at least walk her up to the door as I turned around and greeted other students who were welcoming. We were welcoming them on campus.
You're not going to walk your middle schooler in?
No.
Okay.
Naomi, I'm surprised Naomi didn't just have me slow down and just have her jump out and just keep walking. She'd be okay, I think. Dismissal may have been a different story. We had some conversations with some folks. There's a Murphy's Law about bad weather is that it will almost always strike during dismissal time. And today was right at it where I think there were 3 different tornado warnings happening as we were dismissing. Schools were holding people. They were letting people go kind of in the windows. A lot of people in cars, a lot of driving today, the first day, those kinds of things. Those things will get better as we go. So again, I just encourage with the first day process, a lot of people remember last year our first day was hybrid. So we really took a different approach last year altogether. So it's been a while since we got everybody there and going in this regard. I just, again, want to tell everybody, please, first day process, please continue to pack your patience. In the morning, I'd leave a little early. In the afternoon, to kind of leave yourself a little more time to get picked up. But it really, historically, end of dismissal kind of work gets better over that first week. And then by the second week, we're typically in a pretty high functioning group as the kids get used to walking out, parents get used to where they need to park. Schools are already doing brainstorms about how they can make it better. I talked to Ms. Mitchum today, for example. She's already had her team together. She wants to improve their process as well. We have Chris Ellisor, our Director of Security. He's working with principals and traffic flow. If we need additional police officers, we try to recruit our police officers to direct traffic, especially in the high traffic zones. Now, whether or not they choose that work is really up to them, but we really try to make it worth their while to come out and help direct traffic during that 30, 45-minute window. So a lot of work still going on behind the scenes. And again, I think one of the disadvantages of having a board meeting the night of the first day of school is most of these folks in here would be home right now brainstorming solutions to problems. So just as an aside, I think it probably is better use of their time in the future to really lean on this as a problem-solving evening. So I know there were some questions about transportation, and I just kind of wanted Mr. Caldwell to speak to that. I know they've made a tremendous amount of progress over the last 12 to 18 hours, maybe 24 hours about this. So, Mr. Caldwell, if you just kind of walk us through some of the kinks we've had in transportation and kind of where we are, what's our current status?
Thank you, Dr. Little, and Madam Chair, members of the board. It is no surprise, I'm sure you've heard the concerns from our community, and they are real. and they are very regrettable. And for that, I hold myself accountable for that, and I apologize. I'm sorry for that. But as I've reflected on how we landed where we were today versus last year, for example, we transitioned to an online registration process for our school buses. And what I'm about to say, I promise, is not to blame and certainly not to offer excuses, but hopefully an explanation. And I wondered why maybe last year we didn't get to where we are today. And I have to remind myself that last year only half of our kids were coming to school on any one given day. And we had a very short window of time last year to get the students registered for the school bus, but then we extended the start of school, or we delayed the start of school for a couple of weeks. So we had some built-in time that maybe we forgot to acknowledge or forgot to remember or to plug in. So what happened is a very truncated schedule, timeline over the summer, late summer, with registration. And with online registration, through a couple of reasons, it started later than it normally would have. And a part of that registration for school is registration for the school buses. And that continued on through last week and maybe even until today. I know it continued through last Friday. And the fact that it wasn't closed meant that the registration for school buses wasn't closed. Well, as the transportation folks got their information, late summer, they began to develop the routes and the loads and that sort of thing based on the counts that they had. Well, there was an inordinate amount of late registrations. We had a feeling that a lot of folks had not quite registered, and I'll say this, unfortunately, in talking to several schools today, there's dozens of families that I believe have still yet to register. So I'm not going to say this problem is going to get exacerbated, but I'm not going to say it's going to go away tomorrow either. But having an inordinate amount of late registrations to plug kids in on buses on routes that were already developed is sometimes an easy fix, and sometimes it's a tremendously complex fix. Sometimes we have to shift kids from one bus to another, and all sorts of things come into play. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Bill Kurtz and his team and his drivers and supervisors for the otherworldly work that they've done last week and over the weekend and today. But nonetheless, the problem exists. And so as those requests came in, we alerted parents that, because it's so late, we may or may not be able to have a ride for you the first day of school. That's not the customer service we expect to offer, but that was the reality of it. And so that's what happened today. Through the course of the day, lots of these problems were resolved. And I think we are now about 2% of all of our ridership, or about 98%, I should say, of all the ridership from request have been met, and we'll continue to work on that tomorrow. And we think that by Thursday, we'll have these last requests that we have at the different hubs resolved, and the parents will be contacted. I'll also get out in front and say that I have heard concerns of folks who said, well, hey, I registered on the very first day that the registration opened, and I never got contacted. I cannot dispute that. I cannot say that's not true. I will tell you that is not the operating procedure in transportation, and I know they go to great lengths to call parents. I realize that they run into phone numbers that are inactive, or they have to leave messages, or they don't get a call back, and that sort of thing. So if that happened, certainly that wasn't done on purpose. We didn't intentionally not call someone. But we have already, I've had several conversations with Bill and his team already today, and in fact, even before today. And we are already thinking ahead to this day, 2022. And I'm not here to offer hope that it'll get better. I'm here to guarantee that it will be better. I'll make that solemn vow that if I have anything to do with it, we will not have this situation next year. But we are working tirelessly. And when I say we, that we that's a very loose word, because we means I'm talking to Bill Kurtz and his team, and they're actually boots on the ground and down in the weeds with it. But I didn't want to offer that as an explanation as to why this happened, and why we will do everything in our power to be sure that it doesn't happen. We already have some plans in place. One is to either have an early registration for transportation all by itself, or if we have transportation registration along with the regular school registration, we have to have a hard and fast end date. And again, this year we had no end date, and we have to stick to it because otherwise we're scrambling around and we're not meeting the needs of our students. And I can brag on the 11,000 that got on the bus today. That is of no significance to the parent of that one who didn't. And I fully understand that and accept that. So that's the information as I know it, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
So thank you for that. I know people appreciate hearing an apology and somebody taking responsibility for it, although you maybe up here and what was going on down there is not necessarily to take on. But just a question. So I keep hearing about these inordinate amount of students that we had for late registration, and you may not know the answer to this. I'm just wondering how many students did register late, or what's been considered late?
I'm sorry, I don't know that. I talked to one school, so to your question, I don't know how many registered late meaning like from Thursday, Friday, or even today, or Monday, I don't know that. I talked to one school and she had 60 families that had yet to register. Now that doesn't mean that all 60 are still in the community and are going to register. But I'm thinking if one elementary school has 60, we have 17 elementary schools. We have, so there's likely hundreds of students who haven't registered, which doesn't mean that they will, but it does give us reason to pause and realize that this situation may get a little bit more complex before we iron everything out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Mr. Caldwell, again, I appreciate your leadership in that field, and transportation is always a complicated issue when you're moving around the number of students that we move around each and every day. I think one time y'all told me it was about 22,000 miles a day of bus riding, so it's a lot going on. So thank you for that. So we've got we're going to move on here to our to some of our updates. I want to start with our Esser 3 fund plan. We've referenced that a couple of times tonight. Jessica Bazard is here, who does our Title I coordinator and among other things, and I think maybe duties as assigned. So thank you for being here tonight, Jessica. And Dr. Shane Phillips, and I want them to walk you through what our process has been. One of the challenges that Esser funds give to school districts is about the public comment and getting stakeholder feedback. And so we want to walk through kind of what that has looked like for us and also demonstrate to you the buckets that we're going to focus on as we finalize it, and the Esser dollars are being finalized, I believe. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty on some of that this week because it's due next week. So we want to kind of show you where we are tonight and how we got there. So Dr. Phillips.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Little, Ms. Bazardin here, and I are here again tonight with you to talk about our progress on the Esser 3 budget. So as a reminder, in March, the American Rescue Plan was signed into law, allotting $2.1 billion to South Carolina, of which Lexington One is allotted about $27.3 million. Now, this money must be spent before 2024. So, in order to plan for this Esser budget, we solicited project proposals from district and school administrators, and these proposals fell into the following categories. And I'll talk to you about kind of what we did with this in a minute, but instructional staff, professional learning, instructional time or programs outside of the school day or the school year, building, construction, and maintenance projects, including personnel related to those, technology, infrastructure, and connectivity, safety efforts, projects and personnel that address social emotional wellness, and instructional programs, materials, and outreach to meet unique needs of students within the school. within the school day. So we asked groups of administrators, parents, teachers, support staff, and students if they could have 3 of these things, which 3 would they be in order of importance? Okay, so we asked them to really narrow it down, pick the top 3 and tell us which one's number 1, number 2, number 3. And so here is, if we look at all of those groups together, this is where that landed. Okay, so the top category by far of all was instructional staff. So providing personnel to reduce class size, to provide more instructional assistance to students, followed by those instructional programs within school to meet the unique needs of students. Then projects related to that social emotional wellness. Those were our top 3 overall, okay, if we considered the entire group. And you can see how the others fell out there as well. If we look at that by group, okay, and there you can see there's a small little group down there that said blank that didn't answer that question, but overwhelmingly, each group individually selected instructional staff as their top priority. And then, with the exception of 1 or 2, the second one was those instructional programs in school, and then the social emotional learning projects. So this is the feedback we got from our stakeholders about what their priorities were to focus on when looking at how we're going to spend this money. So right now I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Broussard, who's going to tell you a little bit more about the development of that budget.
Good evening. I'm excited to share with you tonight our Esser 3 budget process and our draft Esser 3 budget. Some of this will be familiar as we discussed the budget planning process last month. We really worked very hard to put together not just a budget for Esser 3, but truly a program that will impact students for years to come. This multifaceted process began really back in late spring with the things you see listed here. These things kind of went back and forth. We didn't do them necessarily in order, as you'll see this process was fast and furious. So the Lexington One stakeholders received a survey back in June. Prior to that, we were developing the academic recovery plan and also developing the safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan. As those plans were finalized, we shared information about the Esser 3 grant and the budget request process with school and district leaders. An important part of making any budget request was that any request had to be aligned to the 2 plans listed here. Another requirement was that each request needed to include how the expenditure would be evaluated for the effectiveness during implementation. Requests were made in 2 categories. One was a continuing budget priority, meaning that it had been previously funded in an Esser budget. The other category was new requests that were not currently funded. A committee that represented all levels and departments was convened to review all budget requests. Then we met with all advisory groups to gather feedback on what they saw should be budget priorities. We then took all of this information and began to draft an Esser 3 budget. There were several other considerations as priorities were discussed. We had to think about what are the human resources implications for each request. If it was a new position, was it even possible to fill the position? We also thought about an exit plan for 2024. So the funds expire September 30th of 2024. So we need to we needed to be thinking about how that was going to happen when the time came. We also looked at the feedback from the Esser 3 committee and the advisory groups and what those two groups recommended as priorities. Another point of consideration was what we did to continue funding the things that were already a part of Esser 1 or Esser 2. So the budget that is being presented is still in draft format. As students return to school, we recognize that priorities may shift. The categories presented are in order based on the priorities that Dr. Phillips just shared. So the first category is instructional staff. And you saw based on the feedback that this was definitely a priority for all groups. And you can see here that this budget represents this. You see class size reduction teachers and additional instructional assistant for every elementary school, along with additional staff to support our vulnerable students, will be included in our Esser 3 plan. Next, the instructional programs, materials, and outreach listed here are included in the budget. Some of these are continuing requests, such as the special education curriculum and software, and others are new requests, such as the software that will be purchased to support the arts. And you see the other priorities listed here as well. Based on our feedback, it was clear that our stakeholders viewed social emotional wellness as a priority, and you will see that reflected here. For example, we plan to continue funding additional mental health counselors while also implementing some new supports for social emotional wellness. Other categories that were listed as additional priorities but didn't receive as much feedback as the others include professional learning and instructional time outside of the school day. So for example, part of our academic recovery plan is to support middle school mathematics. So we have prioritized professional learning to support that plan. Also, we had great success with our Esser funded summer camps this past summer. So we knew that was a continuation priority and planned to fund them for the summer of 22 and the summer of 23. Several continuation requests were funded for technology to include additional computer technicians so that each elementary school is able to have their own technician on site. We'll also have a plan to continue with additional housekeepers that we were able to fund through Esser 2. You'll see here a priority that was discussed earlier tonight, COVID-related absences. We want to continue to be able to support employees through this time, so we appreciate the board's support with that item. So what are the next steps? So as Dr. Little said, the plan is due next Tuesday, August 24th. So we're currently working on the narrative for the plan, and we'll definitely have it submitted by then. Once the plan is submitted to the State Department, then they're getting all the districts in South Carolina, so they take time to review each plan, give us feedback, and then will let us know when it's approved. I will tell you that the Esser, they're not a committee, but the Esser, the Esser people at the State Department is what I'm going to call them. They are very responsive and turn plans around very quickly. Anytime we ask a question, we get a response within the hour. So that's exceptional. So we expect to hear pretty soon after August 24th. At this time, we'll be happy to take any questions you might have.
We were told in an email to wait until after the meeting to ask you a question. No, that's okay. Oh, okay, sorry. I do have a question. So Dr. Phillips said that these funds have to be spent by 2024. Is that correct? Okay, so I see a lot of additional staff included in these funds. So the additional staff that are hired, will they be told that they are hiring as temporary, or will we have to find a way to continue paying for them?
So it really depends on the position, and I'm going to default to Ms. Price. You want to speak to that?
Sure. We really feel like at the state that we are in, most of those can be easily absorbed. So for example, the additional IAs at the elementary level, that's 17 of them. Easily at the end of that process, if we know that's coming, we can absorb them, as you kind of heard by the vacancy numbers tonight. So yes, all those positions will know going in. It's dependent on funding from year to year, because as she said, we may have to monitor and adjust each year as we go, but I feel confident that we could probably absorb those people in some way. Yes.
Great.
And so just for clarification, absorbing those people doesn't mean adding that FTE to the
Correct.
general fund when
They
it's
would
over.
fill
They would
vacancies.
They would fill
Correct.
a vacancy in the
Correct.
existing FTE of the general fund.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that. Yes.
And then the one other question is, there was something on there about resources to track COVID. So is that additional staff, or like what resources do you need to track?
Yeah, so we have to report, and Ms. Price can speak to that as well. So part of that is for additional staff to track COVID.
So on our end, our HR department is responsible for all staff tracking of COVID. And so for example, over the weekend, we had about 40, 50 phone calls to make. And we do that, but in addition to our own jobs, obviously that's a heavy lift. So we have a temporary employee that does a couple hours a week to help us with at least the documentation part of that, especially as we talk about leave and pieces like that. So.
And I will say, I don't think that can be underscored, the amount of time and just I was talking with a school nurse that she was making phone calls to families, to her principal, she spent 4 to 6 hours on a Saturday, 4 to 6 hours on a Sunday, doing this kind of contact tracing and various things to keep the classroom safe. And so it certainly takes time and a lot of resources to do that.
Yes, we appreciate that acknowledgement. It does our admin team. That's pretty much what we do on nights and weekends right now.
This is a very small, it's not really on this, and I'm not sure if it's part of this. This just came up in a conversation. Actually, I think I was having with Dr. Little last week. And Mr. Warren and Mr. Salters may be able to address this. It seems like the COVID funds are a great opportunity to replace all of our water fountains with bottle fillers. I mean, to me, I don't know that actual water fountains are ever going to come back as a thing that somebody wants to use to get water. Do we still have traditional water fountains in our schools? I know.
We do have traditional water fountains still in our schools, but we are replacing those as we go with bottle fillers. Most of the bottle fillers actually install above a regular water fountain anyway. So, but we
Okay.
are adding bottle fillers at each of our schools.
Okay.
And strategic locations, cafeterias, high traffic areas.
Okay.
And they're used very frequently.
Just because, and I know we have a lot of water fountains that are closed, and just if there was a plan to eventually replace all of them, because I know that, we never really thought about it before, but water fountains are kind of gross.
And I think
we all survived them somehow.
Yeah, somehow. We have good immune systems now.
I think we also run into
garden hoses too.
A code issue as well. So code requires, and trust me, for the doctor's offices that we build, the only thing worse than the floor at a doctor's office is the water fountain. And I wouldn't install them unless Lexington County required me to, but we're kind of required to. But and we ask for variances. We ask for, let us put up some water bottles and some different things. And now, it was code requirement that we had to install a water fountain. 2.
Well,
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on, I'm just going to say, first of all, I'm incredibly grossed out by the fact that the water fountains in doctor's offices, just as a reminder there, don't use a water fountain in doctor's office.
And don't eat off the floor.
Yeah. Ugh.
It's more of a pediatrician thing than an adult thing.
I do want to, as we talk about, we've got a number of back-to-school updates just because there's so much happening new in our school district. And one thing I want to make sure that everybody understands, we keep hearing this term SEL, and we keep hearing, we define it as social emotional learning, but as educators, I think sometimes we fall into a trap of edu-speak, where we think the meaning of something is obvious to the entire community, and we love acronyms and all these different ways to, I think the military may be the only group of people that love acronyms more than we love acronyms. But you got this idea of SEL, and I wanted to take a few minutes tonight to have Mr. Pender come and just kind of talk about what is it. I mean, because you see it, we just talked about it in our Esser 3 budget. It's in our back to school plan. We talk about it a lot in these conversations. And again, I just wanted to take some time tonight so we could just have some conversation about what it is and what it looks like in our schools so that we can all have a common definition of SEL. So, Mr. Pender, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning, evening, Madam Chair and board members. I'm ahead in the morning already. And
we're getting there.
Dr. Lula comes early, doesn't it? So I want to go back and cover, I'm thinking 4 o'clock comes early in my time, so. Go back and cover where we've been with SEL and where we're going, so you have kind of an overview. For three decades now, school counselors have been serving all students in 3 domains, probably even longer than 3 decades. Academics, learning to learn. We do careers, learning to work. And we do social emotional, learning to live. Social emotional has been that school counselor thing for a long time. What started happening is in 2016, 2017, SEL, social emotional learning, moved to the national and state attention. And the reasons behind it was the increase in mental health disorders with our youth that we're receiving. What we saw was 1 in every 6 child was having a mental health disorder. 60% of them were not getting treatment for it. And then the suicide rates were also being noticed. And you look at that, especially with 8 to 12-year-olds. What we saw was a 60% increase in suicide. 42 states reported an increase in suicide. Lexington County is county of Lexington was number 2 in the state with suicides, with the youngest being 5 that completed suicide. So it was getting a lot of national attention to what was happening with mental health. So what is the definition for social and emotional learning? Social and emotional learning is the process of developing self-awareness, self-control, and interpersonal skills that are vital for school, work, and life success. It is about soft skills, or as we with our strategic plan, our power skills. Overcoming obstacles, building positive relationships, collaboration, managing your emotions, feelings, and showing empathy, achieving goals so you become a positive member of society. What does it actually fall down to? Maslow's hierarchy of need. If a child's hungry in the morning, if they don't feel safe at home, if they don't feel like they belong to anybody, if they don't feel good about who they are, that's a deficit. And what we finally connected with academics is if a child's already down here already with social emotional, they can't achieve their max academically. So we have to meet those needs so we get the best outcome with academics. So as you remember, we had a response to what was happening in 2016, 2017. We had suicide risk assessments. Our district was one of the first to actually put a screener in place, not a diagnostic tool. We implemented our mental wellness teams because everybody had a little bit. Nurse had a piece, counselors had a piece, and we brought these teams together. This is what a child has. It's that safety net. Now what do? 504, social worker. Where does this child need help? School counselors, we provide short and term counseling, 4 to 6 weeks. No long-term therapeutic work. So we did a memorandum of understanding with Lexington County Community Mental Health, and we brought those counselors into the school district to provide long-term therapeutic help. They also helped us with crisis and grief and loss. Then we did memorandum of understanding with life changes for intensive family services after hours in the home at night and at weekends, and with sexual trauma in the Midlands to do sexual assault victims. And then with our staff and our secondary students, We added to the ID card the National Suicide Prevention Line, and we also put the safety tip line. That initiative by our district is now state law, so that we put into place. What happened with COVID SEL? South Carolina Department of Education released their webpage that launched SEL and criteria for districts. They required that all districts have a triage team. We already had our mental health teams already in place, so we could do that. We increased our Lexington County community counselors in the school. We did SEL check-ins with the kids in the morning, just really quick, and how you doing, building relationships. And we did SEL lessons on our power skills. The state required surveys of staff and students to find out how well you're doing. We included our parents because we had food deprivation, loss of jobs to find out what they were doing. So where are we going? One of the first things South Carolina Department of Education says we have to have an SEL screener for staff and students. We have contracted with Terrence Metrics. We're doing that right now with our staff. And then with our students, we will do middle school and elementary, grades 3 through 12. That will be in the month of September. October will be our high school, and Lula will be November. Now, with this survey, it is active consent. A parent actually has to say, I want my child to take the survey and sign for it. Otherwise, it can't be given. So it is active consent. We will continue with our mental wellness teams. We have our Engaging with Compassions project. We partner with Blue Cross and the University of South Carolina with 8 elementary schools. They're going to partner and help us, train us free of charge, and do follow-up with us for 3 years. It is an intensive training. They start with a 911 call from a child who is experiencing abuse. They take you through a mock house of abuse. They take you from trauma-informed to trauma-sensitive. They take you looking at punitive things differently to how to work with childs, why they came from certain directions, and also about recovery rooms. Adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. We now have 25 of our staff trained that we can go out and train it ourselves inside of our school instead of having to go out and hire somebody else. We're going to continue to do those SEL check-ins in the morning. We're going to continue to have SEL lessons to build those power schools. We just got a $10,000 grant from the Hayden Hurst Foundation, NEPRON, that we're going to do a pilot with the In Focus curriculum that will be at Deerfield Elementary and Pillion Middle School. We just signed another memorandum of understanding with the Dickerson Center. Dickerson Center will provide free counseling services and bilingual. They will help with our mental wellness teams because oftentimes schools get stuck. What do we do next? They're going to be our bridge to community and say, hey, we know this is out here in the community. Let's get the child there. So they're going to help us bridge that gap. We're looking at an agency called Care Solace. What they do is a consultation survey with parents we can refer to, and they help you 24 hours a day, 365 days a week, get you to mental health services. They vet our providers. They work with our people we have agreements with. They help a parent navigate the insurance. Your insurance takes this. Well, this is who you can help. They try to get that child within 72 hours into a facility. They then follow up. Did it work well? Did you like it? Do you need somebody else? So we're doing that. And we're going to have an SEL lead school counselor because this is a lot of work to coordinate. We need somebody checking in with the schools. Did it work? What's the fidelity on it? Evaluating the program to make sure it all takes place. So to summarize, the fact is, mental health is still a very much an issue that is on the forefront when we look at it. When we think about we had a 9% increase this last year when we talk about anxiety and depression. In 2020, 77,470 students across the nation expressed suicidal ideation. Suicide is now the second cause of death among youth 10 to 19. In 2016, 2,555 students nationally completed suicide. In 2019, that number is 5,485. Just that much of a difference. 38,000 kids in South Carolina called that national hotline. The youngest here in our state was 7. In Greenville County, they just announced an 800% increase in suicides. And in South Carolina in 2019, 123 youth completed suicide, 109 were boys. So it still is a very real issue. So what we don't want to have, social isolation, depression, anxiety, exclusion, suicidal ideation, trauma, bullying, and neglect. What we want to use SEL for is to build these outcomes. Increase coping skills, supportive relationships, positive self-esteem and confidence, hope, resilience, excellent mental health. We got to get past that stigma. We all say, hey, we want good physical health. If you don't feel good, go see the doctor. So what is wrong with saying, I want good mental health? If you don't feel good, go see the therapist. There should be no stigma behind it. And lastly, we want inclusion. We want every child to feel good about who they are, where they come from, and to feel positive, because we can't afford to have the opposite. That's what we want to do with SEL in our district. Are there any questions?
I have a couple questions, but there's nothing that needs to be answered tonight. But I did just want to say thank you, and I liked a lot of what I heard in there. Follow-up, evaluation, train the trainer. And this has a lot of substance. This isn't just, acronyms. It looks like we are partnering with corporations, local businesses, whatever, that we're actually going to make an impact here. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I do want to address this because every now and then SEL gets misinterpreted. We hear a lot about CRT nowadays, and SEL is part of that conversation. Can you explain to us why that is not an accurate definition?
Sometimes CRT gets in about, things about putting down children where they came from, et cetera. SEL has nothing to do with that at all, because you're building positive relationships. You're building self-esteem. You want every child to feel good about who they are, where they come from. So to me, it perplexes me to why it gets linked together, because it's never been that way. Never has been, but social media is what it is. And it's gotten tied in there a couple of times it shouldn't have. But social emotional learning is to make sure our children are well taken care of. That's the bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And just speaking of that, Ms. Gaskins, can you just talk about, just for the record, our curriculum as it relates to CRT?
Sure. I'd just like to make a connection first to what Mr. Pender shared, and that we are very committed to making sure that, aligned to our vision and mission, our schools are places where all students and adults feel seen, heard, and valued. And we spend a great deal of time in our professional learning and our leadership development talking about how we do that. And we are very committed to designing a system where every student can be successful. And so one thing we discuss is curriculum and how it is designed. And so in Lexington One, we use the South Carolina College and Career Ready Standards to design our curriculum. We also embed our power skills. We want to make sure that students are good communicators, good collaborators, have integrity. But aligned with those South Carolina College and Career Ready Standards, critical race theory is not included in those standards, and it is not included in our K-12 student curriculum. We really want to promote a culture where we celebrate and learn and grow together.
Okay, thank you. If we could, as we move on now to Howard Bissell and Chris Rabin, thank you for waiting patiently. But we did want to give you just a moment to talk about our online learning and personal pathway. So if you could, if the two of you would give us a little update on Lula and the types of work we're doing virtually.
Thank you, Dr. Little, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm happy to bring you an update this evening on elementary Lula, but first an update on some of the work that we're doing to ensure continuity and quality of learning during student quarantines as we enter back into the school atmosphere for the 21-22 school year. In preparation for the start of this school year, we wanted to be very intentional about lifting up the successes we saw last year and operationalizing those successes moving forward. We reached out to a variety of professionals with instructional expertise and experience in working with quarantine students last year to develop a list of successful strategies for providing continuous instruction and quality instruction for students when inevitably we'll have some that do go out on quarantine this fall. What we found was that consistency wherever possible is the absolute greatest driver of success in the events that students must be quarantined.
And so we're starting across the board this year with a consistent communication about weekly expectations that can be found in a central hub of resources for each teacher's classroom. So all of our teachers within a school are going to post what we call a week at a glance document in the same place in their learning management system each week, so that students and families can get used to going to one place to find learning goals, assignments, and directions for what's happening in class each day. And so we know that establishing that consistent practice will help to easily lead a student to the same place to find how they can stay connected to their class if they were to be in quarantine. We also learned that a good balance between live interaction with the teacher and independent work is important when a student's out on quarantine. It's not feasible for a teacher to teach both quarantine students online all day as well as the students in her class. However, we know that each school is working through a number of potential strategies that will help them to provide consistent, balanced instruction when their students are quarantined. And so that might look like a teacher turning on a Zoom meeting while he or she is providing a short 15-minute mini lesson, and so that students can engage and be connected to the classroom, and then maybe directing them to some materials and assignments posted in a learning management system to extend their learning on those topics or those learning targets. Teacher might even record a lesson and post it in a learning management system for students to view, or set up office hours for students to meet with them live via Zoom meeting during their planning period, just like they would be open to working with kids and supporting them if they were in the building to come see them in their planning period, if they were physically present in the building. So, the goal is not to create a separate online classroom for our teachers to facilitate, but to leverage the tools that we have to provide a quality learning experience for our students that's timely and supports the needs of those students. And finally, because we know things can happen fast, we're really stressing that it's going to be important for students to take their devices and their chargers home daily. I know that seems kind of like a no-brainer, but we got to be really intentional about that in case we were to need to shift, in short notice. So before moving on to my update on our elementary Lula program, I'd be happy to answer any questions about those recommendations for quarantine instruction.
Howard, can I add one thing? And I think this probably goes without saying, but it's going to take us this week to get prepared for what Howard just described, especially as we are beginning school with some students already in isolation or quarantine. And so our major goals for this week are to kind of establish some of that infrastructure, make sure all our students have devices, and some are able to go ahead and engage in learning, but we're trying to get everything in place quickly so that we can do what Howard just described.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Gaskins. So today, August 17th, 2021, I'm happy to report that through an amazing collaborative effort, we built and launched an elementary Lula program in just about a week. So let's talk about that.
Didn't you say that last year too? It's like,
Yeah, something like that. It was close. So this slide in no way captures all the hard work, coordination, and collaboration that took place among our human resources department, our instruction department, information technology, finance operations, communication departments. But I think most importantly, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our school administrators and elementary Lula teachers for stepping up and answering the call to serve our stakeholders on such short notice. They've been selfless, agile, dedicated to getting this program started in the best way possible in a very short period of time. I'm telling you, we truly have the best administrators and teachers in the business, so a huge shout out to them tonight. As you can see in this brief timeline here, our registration launched on August 2nd, and once we identified there was a significant demand by the end of that week, on the 6th, we moved at lightning speed to coordinate staffing, enrollment, logistics, and communication to go live this morning with 18 teachers and about 500 students. So we still have several things to iron out over the next couple of weeks. I appreciate everybody's patience as we get there, but we will get there. If you look at a breakdown of attendance, or enrollment rather, we're sitting at about 507 as of this morning when we pulled these numbers together. It's not the prettiest slide in the world, but it gives you the data. You've got enrollment by grade level over there on the left, and then enrollment by school over on the right. So you can see where there's some higher numbers in some of those schools and definitely some higher numbers as you get up to the upper elementary grades.
And have these families committed for the semester or for the year?
These students are committed for the semester. Okay, so there's enrollment numbers. I think also, just to round out the update, I want to share the schedule for this year because it does look a little bit different than last year. I think there's a few key points to note here. This schedule is consistent for all elementary Lula classes because our student population is much different than it was last year. We have some classes this year with students from up to 7 or 8 different elementary schools, in contrast to last year when our classes had most, if not all, students from the same home school. And so what that allows us to do is build in some very intentional pieces in the schedule to allow for services that need to be provided for students who are enrolled in Lula. So you'll notice that this schedule gives us an opportunity to feature what we call a win time for each grade level. And you can see that the 3-5 schedule is similar. And that you have those times built in for each grade level throughout the day. WIN, W-I-N, there's an acronym for us. What I need time, those are the orange blocks there. So students receiving resource, services, intervention, ESOL, or gifted services can be pulled by the service provider during that time. And that's also time that teachers can engage with their students in small group work and independent support outside of their main lessons for the day. I think it's also important to understand that the larger blocks of time there in the schedule for writing, reading, math, workshop, and science and social studies, they're designed to give teachers a good bit of flexibility in determining what that balance between live instruction and small group independent work would be for students. You know, it's important we don't have students or teachers sitting on a Zoom live for 6 hours a day, but they still do need to have several opportunities each day to connect and engage with the teacher and their peers, so balance is key. Finally, each teacher has the same planning time at the end of the day, which is, I think, really important as we're pulling together a new group of teachers. This is going to allow them to collaborate with their other Lula counterparts and participate in professional learning and support sessions that will be provided by our central services supports for them each week. So it's only day one. I'm anxious to look at feedback from today in more detail. From what I've seen so far, we've had some natural technical issues on the first day, like you would expect. We need to iron those out, but overall the input from our teachers has been very positive from today. They're reporting their students and families are excited and enthusiastic when they're getting on those Zoom calls to get the school year started today and begin learning. And they're showing high levels of comfort with using the technology and building upon their experiences from last year. And so that's, I think, notable in that we're able to build upon the growth that both our teachers and our families and our students experienced last year in working with technology and learning online. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions. All right. Thank you for your time. Mr. Raven.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Little. I think Howard will probably agree with me that it is a great time to be a Lula llama. I can assure you that I have never found myself in a situation where I actually string those words together, but it is very true. In regards to the secondary Lula Academy, our theme for the year is igniting a path to the future. We believe that we are building a tremendous program and offering a product to families that will allow all students to truly be college and career ready. Our middle school currently has an enrollment of 187 students. That number has changed pretty drastically since the beginning of the summer. We've grown our middle school by nearly 60 students, mostly in the past 2 weeks. We are fortunate to have 10 dedicated teachers housed at Lexington Middle School. We have 2 grade 6 teachers who teach all core classes, they have a common planning time. We have 4 grade 7 through 8 teachers who as well have a common planning time during the day. And then we have PE, resource, Spanish, and music appreciation teachers. We also are fortunate to have 2 virtual learning labs through Virtual South Carolina. One is a course entitled Introduction to Career Clusters. The other is Exploring World Languages in South Carolina, which gives additional exploratory options to our middle school students. In addition, our middle school students do have access to high school credits through Algebra 1 Honors, English 1 Honors, Geometry, French, and Spanish. Last night, we did host an open house at Lexington Middle School for the Lula Middle School families. We had nearly 100 students and families show up. We were tremendously excited about what we were able to provide there. And we had a very structured program that broke us up into a 6th grade session in which we were able to talk about the logistics of getting online, what programs to look for, how to use the computer, giving passwords, and also a session available for how to be a good virtual student, organizational skills, parent input and students and how they flex their day. So we were very excited about the opportunity to give that last night and the turnout that we had. And I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't acknowledge Barbara Johnson, who is the Lula Middle School counselor, and Nicole Kriminger, who is the Lula Middle School teacher. Both of them have done a fantastic job over the summer, enrolling students, preparing a great program, putting together good opportunities for students. And much to Howard's point, the issues that we heard today were largely technical in nature. Families making sure they had the right password to get on, but the overwhelming consensus after speaking to the teachers at the end of the day and many of the families as well was it was a very good experience for them, and I'm very proud of that. Our high school, we are close to 300 students in grades 9 through 12. At the beginning of the summer, that number was about 180. So as well, that number has grown fairly significantly. Our high school structure is different than the middle school. We have 18 adjunct teachers spread throughout the district. So in other words, what we may have is a teacher at Lexington High School who in the fall semester would have 2 blocks of Lula virtual instruction and a block of face-to-face. In the spring semester, they may have 2 blocks of face-to-face and 1 block of Lula. So we're able to spread that around throughout the district, and those are all the teachers who had expressed an interest in remaining involved in the Lula program. We are licensing virtual South Carolina courses for teachers to use. We had initially thought of allowing teachers to create their own content, but given the circumstances and the drastic, well, not so drastic, but the input that we were getting from folks in the spring semester, we felt like at least for this next year, probably wise to continue with our contract from Virtual South Carolina. Their standards level courses, the content is very accessible, and the teachers have the ability to manipulate the content as needed. We offer advanced placement honors and CTE courses through Lula. There are dual enrollment options as well. And we offer services to students who are served in self-contained classes to make sure that they have virtual learning opportunities. And in talking about the high school, I do have to mention Rachel Miller. She is my lead teacher in the Lula High School, and Ann Haywood is the high school counselor for Lula, and she has done an absolutely phenomenal job this week and throughout the summer and throughout the entire process of building the Lula program for our students. But, you know, again, we're just very excited to be in this situation, and I want to share with you an email I received from a parent today. She said her daughter joined 2 Zoom sessions today with Mr. Stamey and Miss Waldy, both of which are Lula High School teachers. Both teachers were so enthusiastic, very organized. Just want you to know that as a teacher, this just made me super happy to see how excited they were about this new year. As a parent, I appreciate how these 2 teachers got everything off to such a great start and how interactive they were, making connections with their students. I know how important that is for classroom success. My daughter felt so relieved to know that these 2 caring teachers would be supporting him with my student this year. We both look forward to hearing more about the Learning Lab tomorrow and her other courses. So I was very, very excited to get that at the end of the day and to hear that the positive connections are being made. With that being said, does anyone have any questions? Thank you much.
Fantastic work. And I just wanted to add, one of the interesting elements to this, the middle school and the high school programs are really the ongoing, the people who are signing up for those programs initially were not doing so as a response to COVID. This was their preferred learning experience, and that's one of the things we took from last year, is that there are a number of students who really excel in this experience, but we also wanted to make sure we could make that experience. So
You're
thank
absolutely
you.
right. Our vision of it was to be a school of choice for students, and we still want to definitely continue with that, and we want to accommodate as many needs as we can.
Awesome.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Rabin.
Thank you.
Okay, and batting cleanup on our back-to-school update today. As you can imagine, she's been quite the popular person today. I'm sure her phone has rung quite a bit. But I'd like to introduce, I guess, the person who needs no introduction, but just for everyone else who are watching at home, Director of Nursing, Amy Wood. And we are thankful. Let me just say thank you so much for you and your team and your efforts in helping us stay safe over these last 18 months and the work you've already done this summer and to start the school year. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nurse Wood, if you would, kind of walk us through where we are with DHEC, kind of where we are currently with quarantines and isolations, and catch us up with all that information, please.
Sure. So we started today, our first day of school. I need to be louder. It just needs to be shorter. We started today, our first day of school, with just over 500 students already out in quarantine or isolation. So that means they missed out on their very first day of school. Over 500. We added another roughly 150 to 160 today. When I came down to the meeting, it was at 150, but the nurses have been continuously updating things just since we started this. And so it's going to be about 160 that we add to that number that have been quarantined and isolated. So we are starting in a very different place than where we started last year in terms of the impact to our students. And I just wanted to start out with letting people know why we do contact tracing, because there seems to be some misunderstanding as to, are you doing it because there's funding tied to it? Are you doing it because it's just a policy that the school came up with or the district came up with? And I want to point out that it actually is law. So DHEC has the weight of law, and you can find that as it pertains to us in this particular situation in 44-1-140, and it specifically instructs DHEC to, for lack of a better way of saying it, determine which infectious diseases and communicable diseases need to have action taken and what those actions are. And so Regulation 6120 is a very long document that goes into detail about a lot of things that DHEC does in terms of communicable diseases. The section that pertains to schools is really Section 12. And the main thing that it does is it authorizes DHEC to annually publish the child and school exclusion list, the child care and school exclusion list. And that is basically the framework for all that we do in terms of excluding kids and staff from our schools based on contagious or infectious diseases. And I will point out that it does specifically say that no superintendent, no teacher, no principal, no parent, no one has the authority to have someone come back into one of these public, private, parochial, or church schools or daycares unless they meet the requirements that DHEC sets forth. And so we are starting with that as our framework of understanding why we do contact tracing now. So this link is one of the sites on the DHEC COVID-19 page. It actually deals with schools and child care centers. All of our guidance documents are housed there. That's what we go by whenever we have to figure out how we're doing something. DHEC doesn't really give us a lot of leeway in us. I don't know if that's me or not, or if that's the storm coming, but DHEC doesn't really give us a lot of leeway in how we can interpret this. In fact, there are really only two things that they allow us to make a choice on, and one of those is whether or not we allow early returns from quarantine in our district, and the other is consideration for 3 positives in a cohort or class within a 14-day period, and everyone being quarantined after that. And so we basically have adopted everything that DHEC has given to us as how we are going to operate. If you have it on your computer, or if you want to look for this website, this particular page, I encourage everyone to bookmark it because it's got great resources and it gives you the revision date for all of those guidance documents so you can know that you are looking at the most updated one. I'm not going to go into isolation because there's really no difference this year than there was last year. Isolation is still someone who has symptoms of COVID-19 or who has tested positive. They are out for those 10 days from the time their symptoms began or their test was collected. If they're asymptomatic, there's no change in that. The quarantine, the biggest change from last year to this year is that a school close contact, that definition has been created and it's been altered a little bit. So for us last year, we quarantined students who were within 6 feet of a positive case during their contagious period if they were there for 15 minutes or more, cumulative or consecutive. Now that has been shortened to 3 feet. So we will be quarantining students in our schools if they are within 3 feet of someone who tests positive for 15 minutes or more, consecutive or cumulative, during their contagious period. So that narrows down how many we hopefully are going to be quarantining. We do have, DHEC says that those who are fully vaccinated do not have to quarantine. They do recommend that they test 3 to 5 days after exposure and wear a mask, either for all 14 days of that quarantine period or until they get a negative test. It is not required. We have a letter that we will send out to parents if their child is fully vaccinated to let them know of the exposure and to let them know of those recommendations from DHEC, but those are not required, so we are not going to enforce those on everyone. Positive test within 90 days of that close contact exposure, that's a PCR or antigen test. It is not an antibody test. So if you have a positive PCR or antigen test within 90 days of your exposure, you do not have to quarantine. However, DHEC says that you do have to wear a mask during those 14 days. If you are not fully vaccinated and if you do not have a positive antigen or PCR test within 90 days of that exposure, you will be quarantined. And you fit that school close contact definition, you will be quarantined. The standard quarantine from DHEC and CDC is still 14 days. As I said before, our district has opted to allow for early return from quarantine whenever possible. There are several options. One is to return after 7 days in quarantine. That requires a negative test. The other is to end quarantine after 10 days. Both of them require the person to have no symptoms during that quarantine period. If a parent chooses an early return option, they are choosing all of the things that come with that. That means they are choosing to have their child wear a mask for the duration of the 14-day quarantine. They are choosing for their child to be socially distant during class and lunch for the duration of that 14-day period, and they are choosing to allow their child to be screened at school by the nurse or someone in the health room for COVID symptoms for the duration of that 14-day quarantine period. They do not have to choose those. If they don't want to choose any of those, we have the 14-day quarantine. No one is required to come back early from quarantine. I want to point out that although we allow that at the district level and we have given our schools the knowledge of what they need to do, it is not always feasible in every situation. And so we have given the schools the autonomy to make those decisions at their level because they know any restrictions that may exist in a certain classroom or in their buildings. They know the restrictions and the limitations, and we give them the autonomy. We have just said as a district that we allow early returns.
I think one important point of clarity that I see a lot of confusion within the community is the 7-day, at the 7-day mark. So for an asymptomatic person who has been a close contact and has been quarantined, the preferred test is a PCR test, okay? If you do a rapid test, the test sensitivity drops down to about 40%, so it's not incredibly accurate, okay? So if you're asymptomatic, you get a PCR test, but here's the kicker. It normally takes about 2 days to get a PCR test back. And so that's why they say you should not test before day 5, and it should be a PCR test. So it requires a lot of planning is the point, you know, that if you're a parent who has had and your child is a close contact, you should be planning on a PCR test on day 5 with a return of that negative test, potentially day 6, likely day 7, if you're looking to return on day 8, and it's feasible within the school. And you've had that communication with the school nurse administrators, so on and so forth.
Yes, and that's why when we initiate the conversation with the parent, we typically will tell them, if you are interested, because we can't tell you on the front end that your child can come back on this day because they may develop symptoms on day 3. So there needs to be a follow-up conversation, you know, because if the parent says, well, as long as we stay symptom-free, I would like to, you know, possibly look at that. Then the school can also be planning to see, okay, is this feasible? Because that's not a rapid turnaround decision either. So it's not that a parent can come in and say, look, I read about this, my child got a negative test on day 5, we're here on day 8, and let's go. Because that does typically take some planning from the school side as well.
And I think the important distinction there as well is that this is in response to a behavioral change that the CDC recommended this because so many people were not staying in quarantine for 14 days. Trust me, there are plenty of people who convert on day 13, plenty. And so that's why the symptom screening has to occur between days 8 and 14 is because we know there's a certain percentage that are going to be positive between days 8 and 14, but you would rather have 10 or 20% as opposed to 90% who won't stay in quarantine. And so it was really more of a behavioral change to marry up with what they were seeing in the community.
Amy, would you mind just to share the adult close contact difference in the guidelines?
Yes, so for the adults, and I apologize because we struck a deal last year with HR. They handle the adults, we handle the kids. We do work very closely together though. So for an adult, for a staff member in our schools, it is still 6 feet. So they will still be, you can have the same person and have a student at 6 feet and a staff member at 6 feet. The student will not be quarantined, but the staff member will. I cannot tell you the rationale behind that. I can only tell you that that is what they have shared with us, and that is what we have to go by. So for symptomatic exclusions, I know this has been something that's ongoing. This hasn't actually changed the automatic exclusions, and then for the secondary symptoms that we typically see. So automatic exclusions with or without fever. This is what DHEC says. If someone has these, they have to be excluded as a COVID-like illness, and they have to go through that either 10-day isolation period, get a negative test, or get an alternate diagnosis from a doctor. It's new or worsening cough, new loss of taste or smell, shortness of breath, or difficulty breathing. Now, there is a caveat to that if it is due to a known underlying condition, we don't have to automatically exclude. So if your child has asthma and they come into the health room and they complain that they have, you know, some shortness of breath or their chest feels tight, and the nurse administers their inhaler and it clears it up, Guess what? That was due to the asthma. So we do not have to exclude for that automatically every time your child needs their inhaler. If your child doesn't have that diagnosis though, and they come in and they have a new cough, your child is going to be excluded because DHEC says that is a COVID-like symptom and they need to be automatically excluded. And so you have those same three options: a 10-day isolation, you can get a negative test, or you can get an alternate diagnosis from your doctor. The other symptoms, those are the ones I really want to focus on because those are more at the nurse's discretion. Fever, chills, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headaches, sore throat, congestion, runny nose, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. I can't tell you how many, especially elementary kids, may have had a headache today. Because it's the first day of school, they're a little anxious, they may or may not have eaten a good breakfast, they probably haven't had anything to drink all day. So typically, that's not something that I think on the first day of school anyone is going to send someone home for. However, if you come to school and you have a sore throat, a headache, congestion, and runny nose, as a nurse, I would be hard-pressed, knowing what our community spread level is, I would be hard-pressed to excuse those symptoms at this point in the school year. And so our nurses, I just want to reiterate, are professional nurses. They do an assessment of the student. They know what's happening in their school. They know what's happening in these classrooms. They know what's happening in the community. And so when we leave it to the nurse's discretion, we are leaving it to professionals to say, I think this meets the criteria. Your child may be excluded from school based on nothing but a collection of secondary symptoms. And so that's what we really want to communicate with parents, that can happen. And we just want to let everyone know that we're not doing it to penalize anyone. We're trying to do it to keep as many people safe as possible. Are there any questions?
Is this available on the website?
It is.
Okay.
I will say, DHEC is not known for putting everything in one document. So there are several documents that guide what we do. The school and child care exclusion list is kind of the no ifs, ands, or buts. If you're on here, that's it. The guidance documents, like the interim guidance for cases, management of cases in schools, and the interim guidance for K through 12 operations, that's basically how you implement what they are saying in the school and child care exclusion list. But they are all on that website. They are all linked as documents on that website that I referenced.
So
I've already asked our web person to add her.
Okay, that's what I was asking
presentation
about.
as well, because it is, really concise.
Right, yeah, that was very thorough. So I just wanted to make sure that this was available, what you presented tonight.
Oh.
Yes, all in one place, so people had access to it. Thank you. And Catherine,
I just
too.
want to say that your presentation, your sound effects were wonderful.
And then any recommendations representing the voices of all our school nurses around the district around vaccinations and wearing masks?
Yes, please.
What would your
If your
recommendation
child
be?
is age 12 or up, I would suggest that you speak with your child's health care provider to see if a vaccination is appropriate for them and get it if they say yes. If your child is attending our schools, I will freely volunteer. I am fully vaccinated and have been since the very beginning. And I have to appreciate Lexington Medical Center for giving us that opportunity so early in the process. But you see that I have gone back to wearing a mask because it protects me, but it also protects others because maybe I am one of those breakthrough cases. And I don't want to do anything to anyone else. And so I would encourage every parent to send their child to school with a mask.
And to, during the peak of COVID last year, I had maybe one patient a week with COVID. One a week, maybe one every other week. Now I'm seeing 1 to 2 a day personally. I was, the last 3 of my 4 patients were COVID positive. So we can't run the same playbook that we ran a year ago. I think that's the take-home message. Everybody wants to say, well, I mean, I'm telling you, it's a different story. A virus is a very living thing, and it does what living things do. It wants to survive and it wants to reproduce. And so it's going to find a place to do that. And a year ago, it was adults, vulnerable adults. A fair number of those adults have now been vaccinated. So guess what? Now it's time for the kids. And that's exactly what we're seeing. I've never gotten a daily update from Children's Hospital ever. And I have gotten one for the past month, 3 weeks now. We are getting daily updates about the number of students who are in the hospital with COVID, and they're not just there because they've got a little pneumonia. There are some who are pretty sick, and so it's just not the same play it was a year ago. I wish it were, I really do, but it's not.
Those updates share the capacity at our children's hospital, so both Prisma and MUC. What's their capacity right now?
So capacity, basically 100% of the PICU beds are full. Their ED, just today, they actually didn't have a patient waiting in the ED to go to the PICU. So that means they were holding a patient who needed to be in ICU. They were holding them in the emergency department.
Pediatric patient, correct? Pediatric
patient, until a bed became available in the ICU. And then on the floor, they fluctuate anywhere from 85 to 95% capacity. And the dreaded fear is always, the dreaded fear is that you get in a car accident and there's no place for you to go. Okay, imagine that. Imagine that you're sick with something else other than COVID and you have nowhere to go. I mean, that's a stark reality and not one we face a whole. It's very rare for a children's hospital to go on diversion. Very rare that they have to begin diverting patients elsewhere. But we have certainly seen it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you again, Amy, and all of your support. Okay, so we have one final presentation tonight. Again, I'd like to welcome Mr. Matt Warren to the meeting. And we will go ahead and, Mr. Warren, you'll realize that we set these operation updates to the end very often. We need to start mixing them in, I think, if we're going to be here. But we appreciate you hanging in there.
And you've got 3 minutes.
The board, I want to give you just a real quick update. I told you last month it had been a very busy summer for us. Well, in the last couple weeks, it's turned into warp speed. And we've, just to give you a summary, just in the last few weeks, we've navigated successfully 8 final inspections at our schools. And typically a busy summer is 2 or 3 OSF final inspections. We've had 8 in the last 2 weeks. Out of the 41 projects we have listed in our bond program, we've completed 18. We've started 15, and there's 8 left to begin. So as you can see, we're kind of on the downhill of our program that we began in 2018. Lakeside Middle School, you'll see, from the top looking down, it looks finished. You see the roof is 90% complete, just putting some finishing touches on the gym and fine arts down there at the end. The overhead shot, you'll see what I'm talking about there. The roof is complete on the A, B, and C wings, cafeteria, back down the main office, guidance area, learning commons, and then just starting on the fine arts and gym areas. Overhead shot of the Thank you. You'll see the front of the school. The canopy is underway out front. You'll start to see some more of that in months to come. We'll start extending that canopy for the car riders in the front of the school. You see here a nice shot of the courtyard area that we have at Beechwood, also, Pillion Middle. Once again, as you know, Lakeside is a prototype middle school. So you see concrete's being poured there, grading's being done, all the windows are in, all the brick is done. We are seeing a lot of progress over a short amount of time with our contractor and design firm there at Lakeside. Inside, you see looking up here at the main stairwell, right there at the Learning Commons to your right, terrazzo floor is done. They're starting to polish that and grind that in some areas. This is the cafeteria. You see hard at work. Our contractor's there once again, putting some more work onto the terrazzo floor there. You see back here, kind of orient you, there's our serving lines, and then we'll look in the kitchen here in a second. Right here, you see the hood is installed, all the flooring's down, that plywood is there for protection. All the tile is down on the floor. All the tile, you see that nice blue color there, on the serving lines along the back wall. Moving to White Knoll High School, fine art, 32 classroom addition is complete and occupied as of today. And me and Mr. Salters went there today and did a little walkthrough, and students were filling up those classrooms in the hallways. Staff were excited to see the kids there, and just a wonderful addition to that school. Shot here at the inside, you see all the tile there, looking up the main stairwell. This addition is 2 stories to match the building. This space here is on the first floor and the second floor, pretty much identical. Gathering space for students and staff to collaborate. You see the monitor there on the wall, the soft seating, furniture there for students to come and utilize during class, between classes, before and after school. Shot of one of the labs and the furniture we have in there. Speak real quickly about our construction team. It's been a busy summer for them. Very proud of them. Very proud of the work they've done. Those folks tried to take some vacation this summer, but unfortunately I kept calling them. So hopefully they can squeeze in some vacation now that the school year has started, because it's been a very, very challenging summer, with all we have going on, but especially with this work that we know has to get completed, and it did get completed. I wanted to share this picture with you. If you have a chance and you get out to White Knoll High School, I highly encourage you to go to this space. Me and Mr. Salters went in there today and met with Mr. Kendall, the instructor there for White Knoll's digital design class. The capabilities of this space, you'd be hard pressed to find another school in the state that can do what they're doing in that room, and have done, White Knoll for years, but now they have a space, state-of-the-art space to do that work. So what they can create in there, the kids, the teacher, just a phenomenal space for students to learn and grow. Moving here to the Performing Arts Center, you see, vast majority of the brick is up. It looks complete from the road. My dad, actually, my parents live right down there at Saxagatha Elementary School, and he's asked me several times, what that is going on behind White Knoll High School. And I explained it to him, and of course, he's very excited about what's coming to their community. And they are making a lot of progress here, just like they did on the classroom addition. Shot here, the main entrance. Moving to Gilbert High School, wrestling room, weight room expansion. I made a visit by there today as well. The block work is drawing close to an end. You'll start seeing some brick here soon. This is the weight room here. You see, bar joists going up, roof deck going to be coming in very soon, like you see here in the wrestling room addition. Met with Coach Lee Park just the other day, talking about outfitting that space, what we're going to do equipment-wise, and once again, that community is very excited about what's coming. Lake Murray Elementary School, another one of our OSF final inspections we just had here recently. We've finished a good portion of their roof. We'll complete the remainder of that next summer. You see here, finished product on top of Lake Murray, much needed for that facility and much appreciated by Ms. Stanley and her team. HVAC replacement, we've done about 70% of that school, HVAC replacement, we'll complete the rest of that work next summer. Just a shot of one of the classroom barred units that's installed. Also, you can see her new furniture she's had there for a while. Moving to Lexington Elementary School, another one of our inspections. Here is the completed sports floor. I think last month you saw the floor installed. They've come back and they've done the striping. We've worked with the schools on this piece here to make sure it was how they wanted it, the coaches and the principals, to make sure they had the design and the layout that they could utilize best for their classes. Just a great space for kids to get in there and play basketball, whatever else they're doing. Learning Commons at LES, new carpet, new lighting, new ceiling. It's a whole new space if you go in there. So, really excited about that and the work that was done there in a very short amount of time. This summer, I counted the days, was 40 days that we had to work. When you look at Monday through Friday, I could throw in some Saturdays and Sundays, but I didn't. But we had 40 days during the week to get a lot of this work done because of the shortened summer. This is the special needs courtyard space right outside of those classrooms, with a tricycle track and a nice landscaping there for them to utilize. Just a shot here. We did, some windows and window casing new. Oak Grove Elementary. This addition is spectacular. You're very proud of what happened here, very proud of how this turned out. I challenge you, I know, Ms. Henson, you're an Oak Grove alumni. Go in that main office and close your eyes and open it, and you won't know where you are. That's it's a brand new space, and it's one that we're really proud of. One of the classrooms here, the furniture that we've used, some of this very similar furniture in Beechwood and Pillion Middle. For their lab type work, storage work. You can't ever give a teacher enough storage, so we try to do that through the furniture as well as the casework. Here's the main office. You see new carpet, new casework, new lights, the new nurses station, or health clinic that we did there for them, new flooring, new casework, whole 9 yards. White Knoll Middle, here's their bus canopy that is completed. Last month you saw the footings, and now you can see the finished product. Their gym got a nice facelift as well with new lighting. And this is just a shot of some of the new HVAC work we did there. We did work on the first floor last summer, or I'm sorry, second floor last summer, first floor this summer. And this picture just to show you that we're very intentional about trying to make sure that it looks like it didn't happen. And so with the brick we use and you see the soldier course here on top of the louvers, just really try to match it up, make it look like it's always been there. And it's hard to tell the work was even done, which is the intention. This is their theater, new lighting. Gilbert Middle School. This is the pad has been developed, site work being done for their addition that has started. If you go out that way, you'll see a lot of work going on at Gilbert Middle School. And then their canopy is completed on the front entrance heading from the parking lot to the school. I got a few messages today from the assistant principal and principal about how pleased they were with this and how the parents utilize that. Came in handy today, and as it was raining right there at dismissal. So proud of how that turned out. Saxagatha, all new windows that we did this summer. This work started and ended this summer. New classroom windows throughout the whole campus. A lot that we took on and were able to get that done. This is just some site work we did at their playground area. They had a lot of drainage issues, erosion issues. We did a lot of grading work there, put down some sod and irrigation to make their playground a little better for the kids. This is actually a shot of Lake Murray Elementary here. This is, you see, hardscape we did around back, all this sidewalk that now can connect the school all the way up to the playground for ADA access and students and teachers to use, and then some drainage there to help with the erosion issues they were seeing at Lake Murray. And as always, you can follow us in our progress on our website. Any questions?
Dr. Lula, I'd like to point out, as Matt finishes up, we opened 44 new classrooms today, and that's essentially an elementary school. Typical elementary school is 40 to 50 classrooms. While it wasn't a school in itself, it was scattered across the district, but that's a huge accomplishment for the district to be able to add that many classrooms through the building plan and move some students out of portable classrooms. So very pleased to do that. And Matt and the team, really brought it forward for us. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Good deal. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, that is all that I have.
All right. At our last meeting, the board tabled the first reading of Administrative Rule BBAAR until all of our board members were present for discussion. Do I hear a motion to untable the first reading of Policy Rule BBAAR, Board Member Authority and Responsibilities?
Madam Chair, I move that the board take back from the table Policy BBAA-R, Administrative Rule, Board Member Authority and Responsibilities.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Any discussion? All in favor? Please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries. So now that we're actually in the first reading of this policy or this administrative rule. And so does anybody have any conversation or questions or discussion about this at this time? Again, as we typically do with a policy first. Ms. McPhail, would you like to?
Well, I can just touch on what we discussed a little bit before the table last month. We do have a policy, but we, as a district, do not have an administrative rule for BBAA. So you will find in your board packet not only the policy that we do have, but the South Carolina School Boards Association model policy with some red line suggested changes for your discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. And typically with, with the first reading, this is our chance to kind of take it in, and if we have any suggested changes or questions about it, to send them to Ms. McPhail between now and our next meeting. But are there any questions that the board has at this time about this administrative rule?
One time you had mentioned sending this to an ad hoc committee. Is that still an option?
Yeah, of course, it is. We could do that. Yes.
Okay, I don't see any reason not, can we go ahead and do that tonight?
Sure.
That way we just, in the meantime, while we're waiting to have another board meeting, they can be working on that.
I think that's fine. Would you like to make that motion?
Sure. I move that the board form, or the chair form, an ad hoc committee to discuss policy BBAA-R administrative rule.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of referring this to an ad hoc committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. We can't.
The board needs to appoint the committee.
No, well, I guess they do need to approve the committee. I would like to move that the ad hoc committee for this policy consist of Dr. Guyton. Would you mind chairing this again? You did an excellent job before.
Sure, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Guyton is the chair, and I would like Mr. Oswald and Ms. Henson to participate on that committee. Would you be willing to do that? Yes, thank you. So board, that would be my recommendation for this committee. It would be Dr. Guyton, Ms. Henson, and Mr. Oswald. And so I move that be the composition of the committee. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of those board members serving on the ad hoc committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. I think we're going to wrap this up because I think we're all about to nod off. Board, there are some other items that were included in your board packet for information. You have the list of those in the board packet. Again, I want to congratulate our schools, our administrators, our teachers, everyone, for our first day of school. That I think was a tremendous success. And I appreciate all the work that's been done in this shortened summer to get us to this place. And we're all just, praying that things go well the next couple weeks and that our staff and our students stay healthy and well. So do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Guyton. All in favor, please stand up and go home.